Right. Should be going live in a second. Hey, Stan. How's it going, mate? Can you just let me know if you can hear me, Stan? Is that alright? Move this glasses on, like that thing's in the way. Good to see you. Hope you've been keeping well. Have some hot weather here just lately, but it's not really fetched much in the way of clear skies, to be honest. We've had some partly clear. You can hear me loud and clear. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah. Been a few like partly clear nights, but too hazy really to do anything other than just a bit of equipment testing. We'll talk a bit more about that as the stream goes on, but really what we're going to be trying to do this time is go through some image submissions on the Discord, do some image critiques, and do a bit of learning that way if you guys are up for it. So yeah, we'll chill out together for a while, have a good old chat and a nice time together, you know what I mean? Liberty Astro, how's it going, mate? Good to see you. Sean OD, Kenneth. Hi, Luke. Hi there, Kenneth. Saw the satellite weather picture over the UK. Looks nice and clear. Yeah, tonight's not looking bad, I would say. It's hopefully going to be better tonight than it was the past 2 nights, even though it's been like really hot all 3 days. If you can hear a little bit of gurgling and stuff, it's Felix. He's here with us for the for the stream. Do you want to come say hello, Felix? You get this little guy. Hey, you. What we got? Are you going to say hello to everybody? He's going to be doing most of the serious work tonight, I think, when it comes to image critiques. Got a lot to say just lately. Certainly got a hold of my mic stand, didn't you? Bugger. But yeah, if you guys have got any images you want critiquing over on the Discord, that's where we'll be doing it. I am thinking perhaps for the next challenge after the Whirlpool Worries one that we've hosted on Instagram, I'm thinking we might have to move them over to Discord because it seems like images are getting a little bit less compressed over here. But yeah, he is getting bigger, isn't he? You trying to bite my wire, you little sausage? Come on. Give me that back. Get off. Look at that. He's a natural. Can I give you this young man, Chloe? He's got hold of wire again. Let him go. Come on. Come on. He's making adjustments. I don't know. What about that? Yeah, sorry about that. Let me just try and set my chat up a little bit so I can see it a little bit easier while we're just on here together. That should be a touch better. He's getting so big. Yeah, he's growing so fast. There's the little astronomer. Indeed, yeah. I think a few people liked seeing him on the Ask Our SQA video where he was making some just some minor adjustments and touches on that one. Mick, good to see you, Mick, and Keith, and Matthew, even Felix, and Luke. That's what it's all about, mate. Gideon, good to see you, Gideon. Hopefully your scope will be with you sooner rather than later as well, mate. Muizar, nice one. Good to see you on another live stream. If anyone's uploading to Discord, like Stan's just mentioned there, really great point from Stan. Please use a .png file. It really does make a difference. So when we're looking at these images, like on here, once I open them up, if it's been a JPEG, it's going to suffer from a lot more compression than, let's say, this, which is coming across crystal clear. Boogman Nebula. Very nice shot, actually. But yeah, what we're going to be doing is picking up from where we last left off. So around about, let's see, where I last left some hearts. Here-ish. Yeah. So it is actually this Boogeyman image where we're going to be picking up from. Good to see you, Dave. How's it going, buddy? I'll just get a Discord invite link going for people, so get that pasted in the chat. Let's just have it never expire. Come on then. Hopefully this works properly. Get this thing pinned. So if you want to take part, of course, just click that, join the Discord, and use the Astro Images part. Go through the upload process. It's not hard. Just make sure images are less than 10 meg, and we're good to go. We'll be getting started very shortly as well. I hope we got some clear skies tonight. Some hours. You're on M106, and fellows, very nice. Peter. Hi, Luke. Hello, Peter. Greetings from Cape Town. Clouds tonight. Fair enough, mate. Yeah. So I'll tell you what we can do, yeah. If you guys just about ready. See, we've filled up with a few viewers now. We've got like 34 people in here. Can make a start, I guess. So let's begin with Slim's image right here. Image of the Boogeyman, Nebula, and M78, taken with the William Optics GT81 rather. And a 2400 MC Pro. I sometimes wish I had access to one of those, the 2400 with the large pixels. I think that would be an interesting camera, basically. The 6200 is a beautiful camera, but the file sizes are enormous, of course, because of those slightly smaller pixels over the full frame, and they're a little bit small for, let's say, the Edge HD at native focal length. I've got a sampling ratio like 0.28 arcseconds per pixel. Anyway, all that aside, let's just take a look at Slim's image here. I have to say this is really, really nice. Absolutely beautiful image to start with. Boogeyman is I mean, I wish I could make a capture of it like that. It's really, really pretty. These faint tendrils going down, arcing all the way to their bases, still with those little faint parts of HA showing through. Just shows like a mastery of the stretch that is applied to this. So that's overall really impressive. I have to say, really, really impressive. Quite beautiful. As to feedback on things that I would personally change, there ain't much. The only thing I'd possibly look at, and I don't know if this is going to come through for you guys through stream compression, some of the stars, particularly, it seems to be like where you can see them straight through into the background, have very small dark rings around them. Not sure why that is, but it's not overly distracting. It's still an incredibly pretty image. So yeah, fantastic stuff. Very, very, very well done indeed on that one, Slim. I uploaded this after the last stream where we were working on capturing the cat's eye, and I'll just show you a very quick look. So this was a hard processed image, just a really quick process, and there's a lot to see. I need to work on that data. I've still not actually taken the time to have another go at it yet, but yeah, it looks promising. I have to see how the weather here is in Mercia. It's a bit hazy. Oh, fair, mate. Astronomy with Claire. Good to see you, Claire. Thanks for the advice. Picked up a SW150i for a May delivery. Okay. What made you go for the Skywatcher 150 then, Claire, over the AM? I think I suggested AM5 or something like that, but you know, both are great. So congratulations all the same. Already 2 hours collected on the Lagoon and Triffid. Nice stuff, mate. That's cool. Martin's Needle Galaxy. Bottle 8 Skies. C8, 0.63 reducer. HEQ5, 294 MC Pro. Nice. Tons of detail on display. A little bit of a speckled background, so probably compression, I want to say, looking at that, rather than you know, like lack of noise reduction, as the rest of the image looks like it's been carefully processed. So I don't think they'd miss something like that. Yeah, overall star shape, size and colours, good. I think if anything it could stand just a touch more colour in the stars, just for me. But yeah, lovely image actually. Nice dark background as well. I think when you've got one real object to work with, a dark background does suit quite well. Like in this case, it also looks to be nice and flat and free from gradients. So well done there, Martin. And hi, buddy. Yeah, how's it going, Gideon? Good to see you, mate. Yeah. Let's just jump on with Martin's now again. So this is the Heart Nebula, Ball 8, TS72 photo line, SAR Plus. Yeah. Let me just get some antihistamines found out, actually. Having the classic issue, for those of you who've seen a few of my live streams now, you'll know that I tend to get an itchy nose whenever I'm in this room for a little too long. No, there's some in here, Chloe. Here we are. Yeah, figured I'd best get on top of it now rather than just sit there for the next 2+ hours already itching my nose. Right. Anybody else set for a clear night tonight? It's looking pretty good here, so looking forward to it. Gideon is currently in a bit of a dilemma. Sell the red cat, buy a Star Arizona 0.65 juice for the 120, or keep the cat. Keep the cat, I would say, Gideon. The reducer and the flattener that come with the 120, the ASCAR 120, they're obviously matched to it, so they perform incredibly well. I can't guarantee the same could be said for, let's say, you know, the Star Arizona Apex. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, the Apex L, likely in that case. But yeah, Pixie Sight processing on this one. Not sure if he's used a dual band filter. It looks like he has, but I know you can achieve kind of a similar effect even without one, with careful processing. But so for me, this one looks a bit harsh, I have to say. Looks a little bit forced in terms of the processing. When viewed back out here, it's not bad, but once you like punch in just a little bit, it's a little bit too much for my tastes, but it's still nice. Star colours are nice. That little planetary nebula just up there is well resolved as well, which is nice to see. And overall colouring is well done too. But yeah, the things I'd change on this is a little bit of a glow along the left-hand edge that could perhaps be remedied. Perhaps background extractions pitted the centre of the Heart Nebula right there as well, so I'd potentially work on that. And I'm assuming masking's been applied to get these colours where I needed them to be. Just a little bit more care on the mask application, particularly around this core right here, and also inside the Fish Head Nebula, as some of those regions have ended up going kind of white rather than any particular colour. But overall, a nice shot still. Duan Youssef is on your 5th clear night in a row on Canvey Island, Essex. Nice, mate. That's good to see. Power was returned the next morning. I had a very, very, very dark clear night. That's nice. Hey, nice to see you, Mike. Hope you're keeping well, mate. Yeah, we're doing good. Just been a bit of a warm one today. Next up, Astro Pimmy. Western Veil Nebula, Basic Edit, Graxpert, Blur, NoiseXTerminator, SCNR, Standard 2, Statistical Stretch as well. Okay. Nice deep background levels, not crushed to black or anything like that, so that's nice to see. Good careful stretch has been applied to this, but it looks like it's been taken like to the edge of really what's possible with the tool set that he has applied. Coloration is where this image falls down a little bit for me. So by that, what I mean is it's not like a flash of blue coming through in these O3 areas, and also the HA isn't that red either. It kind of looks a little more brown toned. So that's probably what I'd work on with this. A bit more careful masking and application of the colours, but it's still a very nice image, and it's nice to see that good dark background as well. Next one from Astronomy. It looks like he's put up a few actually. Put 4 images up, Astronomy. Thank you for that. That one, mate. Cat's eye, basic edit. So same sort of thing as before. This one looks a little bit heavily artifacted around the cat's eye. Are you off in, Chloe? All right. See you in a bit, Felix. He's off. You go steady, Chloe. Look at that boy. Yeah, so this one's a little bit artifacted. There's I don't know, like a texture going on in the background of all this. Not sure what's caused it. It's obviously, like, it's clear to see there. And I'm also not sure if it's just my screen, like local dimming or something causing it, but it looks like the core is burnt out too, unfortunately, on the cat's eye. It's easily done, but yeah. Greetings from greetings from Tariffville, says DC. Good to see you, DC. Hope you're keeping well, buddy. Has there been any more talk about the tariffs? Like, is there any indication as to like when an end is in sight, particularly on the, you know, the China tariff situation? Because that's the one that's still left out of hand, isn't it? As far as I understand, there's been a 90-day pause on most other tariffs, but that one's been left. Yeah. Oh, the other image problem with this, by the way, Pimmy, if you do see this, the background could have stood more extraction. Of course, it's a bit blotchy in areas, and biased a touch towards kind of brown. Ram Abraham, how's it going, mate? Good to see you. Locaton as well. Clear all day, cloudy at night. Yeah, still open for more clear skies. Hey, I tell you, Locaton, past few nights, mate, it's been the same for me. We've had like red hot days, beautiful clear skies, followed by just really murky, shitty evenings, to be honest. Not really much you can do. You can see a couple stars, but yeah, not much. DC has hooked up the 585 to the FSQ 106. Nice. Seems to be a wonderful combination for some of the larger galaxies. Well, I know that you suggested that I put the 585 mono on my 106, mate, and I have done that, and I've got some initial testing done. It was taken, as I said, though, during like pretty crappy conditions, but I've still got a little bit of data that I could actually show you. I can fire up PixInsight and just give you an indication of what it's looking like. Yeah, I'm probably going to include that maybe as part of a short future video where I'm trying to compare rather data from the Hyperstar V4 on the Edge HD11 to that 106, both using a 585 sensors. They've got really similar focal lengths, but you know, vastly different focal ratios. Philip Butcher, hi Luke. Hello Philip, good to see you, mate. Liking the live chat and your tutorials are excellent. Super, thank you. Can I ask you what you recommend? Ooh, the Skywatcher Quattro 150 PDS, a good all-round scope for astrophotography. Right, I probably wouldn't recommend the Quattro 150. No, I would instead recommend over that a standard Skywatcher 150 PDS at f5. It's going to be much more forgiving of minor collimation error that may not even be user induced. I just want to point that out. I've got every faith that you'll be able to collimate the telescope. That's not the problem. It's the mechanics that let down those Quattro scopes to the degree where even on a very light secondary mirror assembly like you'd find on a 150mm Newtonian, it's not a huge, you know, great big heavy thing like on a 12-inch or something, you can still find enough deflection applied just by gravity from one side of the meridian to the other, for example, that you will find miscollimation creeping in, unfortunately, but it would not be detectable on an f5 Newt. So that would be my recommendation. Go for a 150 PDS f5 and buy an aplanatic coma corrector with your money. Don't entertain the other coma correctors, I would say. Not that you're aware of, says DC. Keep seeing them walk back a bunch of them. Oh, okay, interesting. Now in bottle 3 skies, says Ram, about to prepare. What would you recommend for a target? 270 mil. You're in Northern Hemisphere, Ram, yeah? I would potentially be looking straight to Cygnus at this time of the year. I would say that's going to be your first like chance really to be capturing it if you're in the Northern Hemisphere now. Words keep changing every other day, but nothing consistent on tariffs. Unfortunate, yeah. I feel really bad for the folks of America who've kind of just had this lumped upon you, really. Because, let's face it, most of the modern world, I think, does rely a lot on China for manufacturing of goods that just are not viable to make at home. And we all want these goods, don't we? Let's call a spade, and now you really can't get them unless you're willing to pay a massive payment on top. Daniel Loads, good to see you, Daniel. DC says, so I'm sure your results are better than mine. I don't know, man. The FSQ 106 is bloody beautiful telescope. My session's Monday night was rife with technical issues, though. Got ya? Okay, mate. It does be like that sometimes, doesn't it? Did notice a significant amount of noise on the AT585 when compared to my 2600. Might be a setting I have in Nina. Okay. Are you making sure to use the 585 at whatever setting is required in that particular model for high conversion gain mode? That could be the first thing to check out. I'm sure you probably are, but Alexander, good to see you here, mate. Hi Luke, hi everyone. Nice of you to come join us and spend some time, mate. Rudy is saying I would look at the Carbon Star 150 over the Skywatcher 150 Newtonians, or the TS GSO variant. That's the same scope as the Carbon Star. That's fair, yeah. It's in a completely different budget category though, so my suggestion of the 150 PDS was based on him mentioning like the Quattro in the first place. But yeah, if your budget can stretch to a more premium scope, it probably would be worthwhile. But yeah, in the Czech Republic, nice Ram. Yeah, that's fair enough then, mate. I would probably be looking towards Cygnus then. That'd be me at 270 mil. You're going to be tons of targets, maybe a little bit higher than Cygnus, I suppose. Earlier on, IC 1396, is it? The NGC 1396 rather. Elephant's Trunk Nebula. That could also be a really nice target at that focal length. Daniel's saying, I know when I spoke to Zoltan at 365, they did not know if the prices were going to go for the scopes. That would be a bit rough, wouldn't it, if the tariff situation is going to affect the rest of the world as well in terms of the pricing. What brackets do you use to fasten your roof on the observatory, mate? Ooh, crikey. I think it's called a swing bolt, Daniel. It's like I'd have to find them for you on Screwfix. I'm sure it's called like a swing bolt, and you attach it basically to like an eyelet on the back, and one end has a hook, so you can hook it on, twist the body of the like the lock a few times, and it really tightens down. So even in like a storm and stuff, there's no movement. Then one game 120. Keep messing with it. Oh, fair enough, mate. Interested in how you have yours configured. Yeah, sick. Thank you, DC. I'd be interested in seeing that, mate. Your mount lost power last night, and now the ASA won't turn on. Check your fuse, mate, on your power cord. If you are using like a 12-volt cigarette lighter power cord kind of situation, might be worth just checking your fuse on that in case that's gone. I think it's back. Oh, that's good then. I didn't see what Pimmy had said about this. Basic edit, rather. So same sort of application as what it's done on previous ones. This is quite nice, Pimmy. Overall, nice. Obviously, there's a little lobe in the bottom corner there that we're seeing some problem with. Colours have shifted just a touch towards the green. Kind of end of things overall on this. And you can see some of the brighter stars as well have like a green halo around them. But yeah, on the whole, nice work, mate, and thank you for another submission. And next up is Pimmy's last one, the Bubble Nebula. Same sort of basic edit that he says is applied. ED72, TubeTech 585, and NASCAR C1 field flattener and PixInsight. Okay, so this one's got a few more technical issues. So there's a strong gradient going across this. It's brighter on the left, darker on the right. A little bit of an almost a pit over to the side of the Bubble Nebula there, in between the nebula and this globular cluster. Green halos around some of the brighter stars, or rather a green tinge rather than a halo. Should I say it a bit more accurate to put it that way. And also quite a few unsorted hot pixels on this. So you can see lots of, you know, blue and red in particular hot pixels popping up. Not sure what's gone wrong there. Maybe forgot to dither or something. Unsure, but thank you for sharing. Lights literally just came on as I typed that. That's fair enough, Edward. But your mount lost power right after you went to bed, so you lost the opportunity to get 3.5 hours a day. Oh, that sucks, Edward. Damn, mate. Barry. Nice to see you here, Barry. Hope you're having a cracking day, mate. Henk Dervan. M51 C-Star S50. Okay, 2.5 hours a day from the backyard. I tell you what, for a smart telescope, that ain't bad at all. Yeah, that ain't bad at all, mate. Well done there. Stars maybe look just a little bit forced, but overall, I appreciate what you've done with the data. Pissed in the morning, I can imagine, mate. Iron Man managed to get about 2 hours a day with the Plane 1 Ares C Pro last night. Okay. I love open clusters with colourful stars. You're not the only one, for sure. Live near Toronto and have ball 7 or 8 skies. So that's a 533 Phoenix filter wheel with the UV IR cut filter. A Gear 60 astrograph. I've tested one of those a little while back. I like that telescope. All on an AM3 mount. Nice. Good deep black colour in this without being crushed. Do you know what I mean? Looks fairly neutral. Overall, background doesn't appear to be biased towards one colour or another, and it does appear to be basically devoid of gradients. Star colour is wonderful as well, without looking, you know, stressed in any way, shape or form. It's just looking pretty nice. Well done there, mate. Quite a nice shot. Randall Keefs, how's it going, mate? Hello from Arizona, USA. Hello to you too, sir. Something as simple as a fan on my ZWO ASI 533 Pro has put a halt to my Galaxy season, as the tariff has halted the shipment of even a $15 part. Oh, that sucks, mate. That really, really sucks. You may be able to find, I would guess, like a non-OEM part on something like Amazon, potentially, as the fans that they use, they're not that uncommon. I think it might be like a 30mm or something like that, 30 by 30 fan. Don't quote me on that. You'd probably be best off measuring it and just see what sort of, how many pins the connector for the fan is, and you can probably just get a replacement that way. But yeah, that would hopefully get you back up and running. Matt Draxler, nice to see you here, Matt. Made it a bit earlier today. Hope all is well with you and the family. Thank you, Matt. Yes, mate. All is well. All is well. I hope the same for you. Astrocop, no kebab today. That's fair enough, mate. I mean, random tangent for you. I've been trying to clear up my diet a lot. Not that I eat bad by any means, but I've been wondering if I've been experiencing some kind of like food-related inflammation or something. So I've gone on a really just basic diet for the past few days, which has been boring, but also kind of enjoyable in its own way. Keith Thompson. Hi Luke, as promised, M51 with the 180p. Okay, 2600 MC, 70 subs at 3 minutes each, processed in PixInsight. A novice using PixInsight. Okay, so he's given us roughly his skill level. I think if you just drop the black level on this, mate, overall, you'd have done a nice job, especially given that you say, you know, you're at like a novice level on this thing. So what I would personally do with the data, just looking at it as it is, I think you've brought out plenty of detail in the galaxy and the stars. It looks like, I think it'd be fair to say, it could stand some noise reduction if you have access to any one of the many noise reduction tools we have now. So a free option would be GradientXTerminator noise reduction. If you have the NoiseXTerminator plugin for RC Astro tools, though, that would probably be your best bet. But you know, it's a paid piece of software. Masking, a range mask would enable you to like add more color, if you like, to the galaxy itself, while leaving the background this nice neutral gray, and also just lowering overall the background levels a bit would really amp this image up to the next level. But you're on the right track, Keith. Absolutely you are, mate, and just keep on trucking. You're doing a good job, dude. Fruity is saying, I know people used to mod the 533 MC Pro with the Noctua. Oh, okay, so it's 40mm. Got ya. That's really good information, that, Fruity. Like I was saying, I really feel bad if that kind of thing has stopped Randall there from being able to complete Galaxy Season kind of thing, just from something as simple as a bloody fan. That really sucks, but yeah. Can rate Noctua fans. Yeah, they are about as nice a fan as you can buy. Did the same, believe it's 2 or 3 pins. Good to know. So Gideon there with a really useful data point for you too. So if you are hearing this, Randall, if you're still here, mate, it's well worth taking that on board and having a little look into Noctua fans. 40mm by the sounds. Oh, NF or X10, got ya. Yeah, good stuff. Thank you for that, Gideon. That's really is helpful stuff, mate. DC has uploaded a FITS file and a PNG. Ah, super. Thank you, DC. Appreciate that, mate. I tell you what, we'll take a momentary break because I am interested in seeing, while it's still in my mind, I don't want to kind of miss out. So, share data. Is it in here, you say, mate? So, got you, yeah, 15 meg fits there. Alright, mate. Well, I'll download that, and I will, I'll fire up PixInsight, and I'll pull across my, my luminance as well. I suppose is this a luminance file? Yeah, it looks to be. And we'll take a look at that side by side, if you don't mind that, DC. As long as you're okay with it. Anyway, mate. Everyone who suggested Noctua, thank you. Yes, super, Brandel. I really, really hope the community is able to get you up and running there again, buddy. That'd be awesome. That'd make the live stream already worthwhile. You know what I mean? Luminance, 180 seconds. Okay, mate. I think mine might have been 2 minutes, but it won't matter. Do you know what I mean? Live edit, let's go. We're just going to take a look at some data side by side, basically. Let's pull these in. So, all right. So this is DC's data. DC FSQ 106. Okay. I'll find mine now, mate. I've put it somewhere. Crikey, I hate when it's like this. How much data was this, DC? Is this just one single sub, or? Thanks, Luke and M51. I've got all the exterminators. Oh, nice one, Keith. Yeah, hopefully that's useful feedback for you then, buddy. When I set up my scope, what should I shoot tonight? Says Edward. Ooh. What focal length are you running at? That's the first question, mate. Once we know that, we can just one sub, 180 seconds. Got you, mate. Okay, I'll try and find a one of these 2-minute subs then, and go with that. Oh, you know what? They're not 2 minutes. They're 1 minute subs, unfortunately. That sucks. Damn. So for some extra information then, DC, I believe when we saw your rig on like the equipment sharing part of the Discord, I think you mentioned you're in like a bottle 4. Is that right? Just so we get a rough idea of what we're kind of looking at here. So this is DC's image over on the left. 3 minute sub, 1 minute sub on my my ask out of there. We've got a bit of a rotational difference between them. Overall, noise levels look very similar, I'd say, DC, so the background is probably like mega comparable in terms of them. I don't know if you wanted to try to compare. It's probably not a fair comparison either because I've got a shorter sub, but like groups of stars we could try to look at. Do you know what I mean? There's that same sort of region. No moon. Normally bottle 7. Ah, right, I got you, mate. So we're in quite similar skies, I'd say, yeah. What makes PixInsight better than other apps like Cyril, says Tyler? The completeness of the suite of software available within it, I would say, mate, is the thing. So for me personally, I would have a really hard time, as in I wouldn't want to do it, going over to, like, let's say back to Cyril these days as my main processing software, because I wouldn't have access to these 3 tools, which are the 3 tools that have like unlocked further enjoyment for me in astrophotography, and it's those BlurXTerminator tools really that keep me kind of bound to PixInsight in a way. But yeah, do you have would you happen to have like an hour of data or so, DC? That would be really cool for us to be able to check out, you know, that it's not just a single sub kind of thing. I am seeing what you're saying though. There appears to be, I don't know, a bit of a speckle overall. Like once we've stacked a few subs, I mean, here's 40 minutes of luminance from mine. So I've got like 40 minutes stacked up. That's what it looks like in that case. So you lose that kind of speckled appearance once you've stacked a few subs. No calibration files applied whatsoever, you know. No flats, bias, darks, or anything. That's just straight up 585 data undrizzled. Let me grab the stack. That'd be awesome, DC. Yeah, I'd like to see that. I'll just go back to rating some images for a little while though, while we're playing around. But yeah, to try and answer your question, the completeness of the kind of suite of software that you've got access to within Cyril feels a little bit limited compared to PixInsight to me. But that's just, you know, that's my take on things. Let me just try to catch up with chat a little bit. So Edward, you're asking what should you shoot tonight? You got a mono camera, can do either LRGB on narrowband, got you 540mm f6 at 533. Ooh, I would be tempted, Edward, to go after the elephant's trunk itself, maybe in narrowband. I think you could probably get a nice detailed shot with the 533 at 540mm. I reckon it'd be an interesting region. Fruity is working on his 4th consecutive night of capturing the elephant's trunk as well in SHO. Okay, great minds think alike. But a nearby Mayday bonfire keeps blinding your guiding cam. No. Okay, that's fair enough, mate. Star size different, focus maybe. Yeah, it could be any number of things. DC saying, I got you. Yeah, your stars look sharper, but it was having some trouble with autofocus. Got ya. Thank you for letting us know about that, mate. Nick P says, hello all. Hello there, Nick. Anybody capture Comet Swan 2025? Okay, I've had no luck with Clouds and Horizon, unfortunately. Honestly, mate, not even tried. Tyler says, thank you, I've been debating if I should get it or not. I fully hear that, buddy. Yeah, I would say to you, if you've got loads of data to work on, or don't mind processing other people's data, like I offer loads of data for people to download and use. It's totally free, of course, just part of the tutorials. Get the trial for PixInsight and just try to kind of work through some basic tutorials that maybe don't use the paid software, or if it's on your kind of bingo card and possible, get the trials for the Exterminator tools at the same time as your PixInsight trial. Like, go all in without paying a single penny just yet at this point in time, and see what you think. See if the image quality boost, which you will definitely see, is worth the asking price. For me, no question it was. But yeah, PixInsight gets much more developed when it comes to third-party scripts. Goya is overall more sophisticated. That's fair to say, for sure. Stream buffered for a sec, but I think that was me. Currently running WBPP. Yeah, we'll have been, mate. Steve Urry, how we doing? Not bad, Steve. Hopefully you're keeping well too, mate. Get some more data on the elephant trunk tonight then. Yeah, for sure. Seven Skies Astro, how's it going, buddy? Nice of you to come join us. Are you got any clear skies down there, Rob? Hopefully so, mate. Right, we're up to Lucas 2s, I do believe, actually. So, running Chicken Nebula. Again, using Luke's Hubble one-shot colour processing guide. Okay. Bit more artistic take with no stars and digging for dust. 103 Apo, Jubei 17, 10 hours of integration, Antler Triband, and a 2600 MC Pro. I like the stylish rendition for this. Yeah, it looks really, really strong. I think when we zoom in, it looks a little bit... I hate to say it, but it looks a little bit fake. Do you know what I mean? Around some of these regions here. Of course, there has definitely been some hallucination happening as part of the processing that's been applied to this. But when viewed back here, it's passable. It looks good. It's just when we zoom in, of course, that it kind of falls to bits a little bit. The background extraction appears to be a bit wonky as well, I would say. So most of the background is a nice neutral grey, but there's been a big pit occurring kind of like here, and I don't think that's meant to be in the running chicken. I can't say for sure. I've never shot it myself and never really looked at any reference imagery of it, but it just looks a little bit out of place over there. But I like what you've done with the colours and such. Overall, it's a nice bright rendition without being blown out. So yeah, hopefully that's useful feedback for you, Lucas. I would try again if it was me, mate, and be careful with the application of the AI-powered tools. If used on data that is non-linear, so stretched, it can hallucinate, and then you're going to end up, of course, with stuff like this, where you end up with quite strong artifacting in this case. But yeah. So Richard's astrophotography. Imagine having astro darkness this time of year. We've got a sliver, mate. Yeah, we've got just a little bit. In case anybody else is following this, it's 2pin fan. Thank you for that, Randall. Hopefully you'll be able to get, a new fan sorted for your 533 and get you back up and running better than before, even as well. If you've got a Noctua fan, it's liable to flow a bit more freely, blow a bit more air probably. Peter says, I love PixInsight, although I have loads to learn yet. Okay, in order to get the best from it. Regard it as a great investment, supportive, helpful community of users. Yeah, I think that's a totally fair take on things, Peter. Absolutely agreed, mate. It is an investment. It stings. At least it did for me. That first time around buying the tools and PixInsight and things. But like anything, I suppose, once you've kind of bought that kind of software, you're getting continual updates for it. You're not just stuck into whichever version you bought and then you got to pay again for an upgrade or something. Once you've forgotten that initial cost, it's just enjoyable at that point. Buy once, cry once kind of thing. Unloved one. Hello all. Hi Luke. Hello there, mate. Just listening to this in the background and playing some Diablo 4. Yes, mate. Is there a new season? Too tired to do anything after a 7-a-side football game with some friends. Oh, that's sick, mate. I'm stacking again now. What drizzle settings did you use? No drizzle, mate. Just native. Left completely alone at native pixel scale. Sorry it took me a moment to see that, DC. Morpheus sleeps. Hi Luke, thanks for your tips about 2 times binning U120 guide cam. Yeah, hopefully, mate, that's worked for you. It sounds like it has, actually, yeah. Got some nice guide stars. Super. Thank you for the update on that, then. Rob says, clear skies. I say Rob, it's 7 Skies Astro, for anybody wondering. He's got his own wonderful YouTube channel as well. You should check him out. Clear skies for the past few days, but only got 2 hours in. Scope PC reset, lost everything. No! Reinstall Windows and all the software. It is a pain, isn't it, mate? Yeah. Good evening all. Hello there, DP John. Nice to see you on another stream. All going well here, buddy. Hope the same for you. No worries, not trying to hijack your stream. Not at all, DC. I, honestly, mate, not at all. I'm having some fun, just hanging out with you guys, chatting, having some fun. If you want to stack up the same amount as me, DC, this is 40 minutes of luminance, I do believe. Let me just double check that for you. Yeah, we're looking at 40 minutes of luminance there, mate. So if you want to do like a like for like undrizzled, that's what it is. If you want to do that, that'd be pretty cool. Uploaded all the raw images to the Dropbox. Posted the link in Discord. Oh, nice. Did you have a stack for us then, DC? That'd be super, dude. Richard's astrophotography just processed 9 hours of light frames. NGC 6826, the blinking planetary nebula. Okay, captured with the Edge HD 11.7 reducer, excuse me, on the EQ8 2600 MC Pro, ball 5 skies. Definitely need to start picking some easier targets next time. Oh, mate. Yeah, when most of the other images you see come from Hubble, you know you've picked a hard target. That's for sure. It's a very nice shot, though, Richard, I would say. The background is verging on almost crushed. It's very, very, very close. There appears to be a small amount of kind of remnant gradient in a circle around the object. I don't know if you can make that out through stream compression, but there's like a blue haze among much of this where I'm just mousing right here. But the detail in the object is nice. That's what I can see. I like the shape and colour of the stars too. I think they're really tastefully done. It reminds me a lot really in structure, not so much the oxygen shell, but the structure of the main part. It reminds me a little bit of the cat's eye, weirdly enough. Nice shot anyway, Richard. So for me, I'd just brighten that background ever so slightly, work on the background extraction. That'd probably be, you know, mostly done, I think. Try to catch up with chat as well while I'm going. You got 15 frames at 3 minutes each, so roughly 45 minutes. Oh yeah, that'd be absolutely super, mate. I'd love to take a look at that. Stacking again now. Also stacking it before super. Thank you, DC. Gary Anthony, good to see you, Gary. You got 3 hours of nautical dark at night. No astronomical darkness at this point. Fair enough. You must live quite far north then, Steve. Iron Man, how's it going, mate? Keith Thompson, Wizard Nebula taken with the Stellamira 125 ED 533 MC camera, Optilon L Extreme filter. Okie dokie. So obviously the background of this is biased towards yellow quite strongly, but if you could neutralize that background, I think you'd be well on your way to a nice shot overall. It looks a bit soft and a little bit forced, given that like much of the background is developed like a grainy haze. Not sure what's going on there, but yeah, I think you're on the right track. It's hard to judge, of course, where you're at on your astrophotography journey, but my advice to you would be make sure you're getting absolute razor sharp focus, as the nebula looks a little bit soft. Potential there that the stars could even be sharper, I'm not sure. And work on that background extraction, because the background looks flat but looks biased towards one colour at the same time. But yeah, thank you for sharing. Again, like I say, I'm absolutely not trying to pull people's images apart or anything like that. I just think it's really helpful when we actually talk about image flaws when we see them. It helps people learn rather than just being like overly positive about every single image, which you know, without feedback, how can you really learn unless you're able to give yourself quality feedback? Chuck's astrophotography. Didn't do myself any favours by capturing this when the moon was full. Okay. Did it with a high-speed narrowband filter that doesn't have much light pollution protection, but beggars can't be choosers, that's true. Rasa scope, so this would be Chuck's Rasa 8 at Starfront. 533 MC colour, Optilon L Extreme, 782 60-second subs. Well, I'll tell you what, to say he's taking this while the moon's up, that's a lovely shot, innit? I certainly like it anyway, Chuck. I think there's plenty to see there, and taken in context with the rest of the field as well. I think the framing is really what sets this one apart. For me, I love the fact that it's put the crescent off center there and got this large rift of background hydrogen coming through. It's almost like it's obeying the photographic rule of thirds law, you know what I mean? It's put this in the intersection point of that bottom right third. So it just makes it look aesthetically pleasing. And the technical application of his processing as well has been rather tasteful. Yeah, as he says, I think, and he's completely right, there is a little bit of a background haze to the whole image as a result of that moonlight, but it's not overly distracting really at all. It's still a very nice shot, so well done, Chuck, on that one. Thank you for sharing. Milky Way mishaps. Hi Luke, love the channel. Thank you, mate. That's really kind of you. Iron Man Astro. I only have flaws. Oh mate, that's fair enough. All advice is good advice. Mostly agree, yeah, unless it's bad advice. Evening Luke says Phil Passmore. How's it going, Phil? I know it's clear, but I've had so many sleepless nights recently and I'm absolutely tired. Yeah. Did the question mark a couple of nights ago. First light with TubeTech 2600. Nice one, Phil. Hey, I tell you what, mate. This is one thing I've had to wrestle with as well. If just for whatever reason you can't do Astro and it's a clear night, don't feel bad. Not like stars are going somewhere, is it? There's always another clear night. But you've only got one life. Don't knack your sen in, is what I'm saying, just for the sake of getting a few photons. There's always another chance. Richard's astrophotography. M13, 95 2-minute subs. Okay. 12 billion years old. That is one old cluster, isn't it? Crikey. Very interesting read up on that one, Richard. Thank you for that. Equipment used: EQ8, Edge 11, 0.7 reducer, Celestron 600mm guide scope, a 120, and a 2600 MC Pro. Beautiful. Yeah. Like we've talked about before, backgrounds being very dark and stuff. On a cluster, I happen to actually like that approach. Leaving the background a little bit darker, I don't think it's necessarily a mistake, as we are just mainly really focusing on stars, aren't we? Colours are very nice. I think maybe a little bit of a bias towards blue on much of it. I would feel like perhaps Richard, but I don't dislike it. Do you know what I mean? In context with how it's framed and what it is, I can't say I dislike it. So yeah, overall very nice, mate. It looks really tastefully done as well, with the amount of like processing that's been applied to stars, that kind of thing. So yeah, thank you very much for sharing that, mate. Appreciate your time. Oh, crikey, Pim. Thank you very much for that, mate. Pim's just gifted 5 community memberships, so welcome aboard to the new community members. Hope you'll enjoy being part of this membership system. And thank you again, Pim, for that. That really is very kind of you, mate. I appreciate the support. Hey Luke, just watched your feedback on my pigs. Thanks, and you were correct. I don't seem to get blues through as much as I want my pigs. Cat's eye was only 30 minutes, so I overstretched it. Fair enough, mate. Yeah, fair enough. Well, I'm glad the feedback was useful to you, Pim. That's really, really good to know. And I'm also really glad you're such a good sport and you take the feedback in the spirit it's intended as well. I really am pleased to buy that. So DC has uploaded the stack from last night, and the stacks, the hashtag share data channel. Oh, okay, mate. So we can just have a little break off a moment. I want to take a look at some data that DC's been sharing. So original stack of 40 or so. Right. Oops. I'll nab that one. So that's the original stack of 40 minutes or so. Do I want to look at this one as well? I assume 3-minute subs, 15 3-minute subs. That one's uncalibrated, as he says, so we'll probably want to take a look at that if it wants to be a fair side-by-side comparison. Thank you, DC, by the way, for taking the time to do this, mate. I really do appreciate that. So, just see that should have hopefully downloaded. Just open up Discord. Yeah, completed. Got ya. Refresh my my downloads folder, mate. Get these things. Right. Let's pull these in. So I'll just minimize that single sub. Well, in fact, we won't need that single sub anymore of mine now. So I'll just put my 40-minute stack to one side. We'll pull these two across of DCs. So the reason we're comparing these is just for the sake of fun, really. We're not trying to, you know, do anything nefarious. I just think it's going to be interesting to take a look at two people's images of the same target taken roughly around the same sort of time from two different locations, but with similar-ish sort of skies and similar kind of scopes. Both 106mm high-end Apo refractors, and both with 585 mono cameras too. So let's take a little bit of a look at these two. I'll just see which of these we want to compare a second there, DC. So might have downloaded the same one twice there. I think they look really, really similar. We'll just go with, what would you say, mate? This one? They look incredibly similar. So I'm just gonna go with the one on the left, just for the sake of comparison right there. So we'll look at them in context like this. So overall, at a glance, your background appears to have a little less gradient than mine. That's my gut feeling there. Just go to a 1-to-1 zoom now on these two. So, as you already said, you did have an issue with focus, and I think we can see kind of that happening a little bit as we zoom into the data. You know what I mean? If we zoom in, obviously a little bit silly now, like 3-to-1 zoom. Some of the stars are just a little bit bloated on that data. Mine did focus successfully every time, so we were okay on that. But overall sharpness is nice. I do wonder how would these two brush up with like a bit of BlurXTerminator or similar. I will say as well, by the way, DC, the initial thing we were talking about, what just happened there as well, by the way? Oh crikey, Casey just gifted 20 memberships. I didn't realise you were here, Casey, mate. Thank you very much indeed for that. That's absolutely incredible support, mate. You're an absolute legend. Thank you. Thank you, mate. I'll just try to catch up with chat a moment as well. This time I'm the one who's catching up on chat. That's fair enough, mate. Craig Perkins says, hello, Luke. Hello, Craig. Hope you and family are well. We are, buddy. Thank you. Hope the same for yours. Just ordered the 585mm Pro and some 5nm SHO filters. Woohoo! Congratulations. I've only done one shot color. Currently have the 585 and the 2600 MCR. Nice. I think you're gonna have a load of fun with that, Craig. Good on you, mate. I must be stacking wrong, or you have some secret sauce. Nah, man. It's you can see there's no drizzle because we're both at like the same scale on these. So Claire's crackered after leaving the scope out and falling asleep in front of the telly. Oh, fair enough, Claire. Ended up sleep texting people. Yeah, I think at that point you need to get some rest, Claire. Keith says, thanks again, Luke. No problem, Keith. On the Wizard, I've been imaging for about 12 months now. Ah, okay. Yeah, I was just wondering like how long you'd been imaging for, hadn't I? But only processing for a couple of months since I purchased it. Since I first purchased it, the trial, and now you're addicted. Got you. Yeah, that's fair enough, Keith. Well, I appreciate you letting us know kind of roughly where you're at with your processing journey, dude. That's useful to hear. So you're coming on lovely then for how little time you've been doing it. 50 minutes on each HA LRGB on M13. Ah, nice. So some HA on M13. I wonder how much there is to see around there, Claire. That'd be interesting data to see. And no problem at all, DC. I've just seen your message there. Thank you for taking the time. Yeah, no problem, buddy. I really appreciate you taking the time to share the data. Like I say, I'm just having fun hanging out with you guys. So hopefully you're enjoying seeing, you know, what we get up to along the way. And Casey, thank you again, sir. That is, it really, really is very kind of you. I appreciate your support, brother. 20 memberships, look at that. Really funny that we both shot the same target without any coordination. Yeah, true. Good day to everyone. Thank you, Casey. Thank you again. Focuser was not working well at all, says DC. Okay, yeah. How much BlurX would fix? That would be interesting, says Jose. I've got to agree, Jose. We've got kind of an example here of like a good test of versus like what your starting point is for your data. So on the left it's a little softer, on the right it's starting off a little sharper. How would the same application of BlurXTerminator look on these two? And I think there's only one way to kind of find out about that, isn't there? So let's go ahead and play around with it a little bit. So I'll just dynamic crop both of these. The reason I'm doing that, of course, is so that we don't mess with its automatic PSF generation by including some of these stacking artifacts along the edges. There ain't much, but there is evidence of it being a bit, you know, like misty down this side, for example. Mine's a lot worse in terms of stacking artifacting. So we'll just make sure we get rid of all of that. I'll tell you what, while we're here as well, mate, how's about we, I don't know, we could zoom in. I was going to say rotate, but no, if I do that, it might actually throw things off a little bit. We'll just focus on the galaxy itself, and I'll try to bring mine into the same sort of level of zoom as yours. So we'll apply that. Not worry about the astrometric solution. We're not going to be obviously processing this much. It's just a case of playing around. So we're down. Ooh, how much did I come in? Good old way. Trying to do this by eye is going to be an absolute nightmare. Are these similar? Hard to say at this point. Really hard to say. Alright, we'll just trust that these are fairly similar. Do you think I've gone too far? Or not far enough? Take a look at like a 5:1 zoom or something on this little group of stars. Oh, thank you, Chloe. We appreciate that. Cheers. What a legend, eh? Coming and offering me throat box lubrication. We can put these stars just about over the top of each other. Obviously, there's that rotational translation, but if we acted like this middle star was a pinion about which we could rotate the rest of it. Hang on. Now I've made a goof, haven't I? Can't get my image back down. I was just saying if we act like it was a pinion, we could pull it across. What have I done here? How can I bring that back onto my view? Zoom to fit. There we go. Whew. Right. I think we're close in terms of level of zoom is what I'm trying to say. So 5:1. We'll go up to that same spot. And just hold them over one another for a moment. Yeah, I think if we rotate these things around, they're very close to one another. Close enough, I think, for comparison's sake. So let's tile these two together. Yeah, talk about making a goof there. I've never actually done that before, pulled things off the screen. So, absolutely flustered, man. Right, we're at 1:1. Let's go ahead, bang BXT on this. I think we'll just go straight defaults, if you're comfortable with that. And then we can see like a before and after on each one of these and yeah, go through it. Oliver, just saying, do you have the dwarf free still? I do indeed, mate, yeah. Process image registration star alignment. I could do that, DC. My concern is, as we do the rotation, is it going to throw off like the scaling of the pixels? Is it going to look strange in any way then? So right, these have both had a base application of BlurXTerminator now. So if we zoom in a good chunk, 3:1 in both cases, focus mainly on the core of the galaxy. I have to say, to my eye, it looks like the data being that little bit better going in the first place in terms of sharpness has led to BXT being able to do a slightly better job. And I'm going to try to like talk you through what I'm looking at to come to that conclusion. So for example, if you look at the spiral arm going around into the core of M51, like around here where I'm just mousing on DC's image on the left, there's evidence of a couple of like rills just in there. I'm saying rills, that's like lunar terminology, but it'll have to work for this. Whereas on the image on the right over there, there's actually quite a lot of notchiness to it. There is, I think, more to see. If you just undo, redo, it has had an effect, but it's not dramatic on my image. On DC's image, it's taken like some fairly large stars. As he said, he's having trouble with autofocus, but he's been able to like kind of rescue them. So the star profiles themselves are now really comparable between both images. So that's a good data point that we've now got access to. But the non-stellar detail, I think, is definitely higher on the image that started off that bit sharper in first place. So if we take, for example, now a second point of reference that I'd like to talk about on this image, around the bottom here, so this kind of flocculent would be the wrong term, because it looks like it's actually lighter rather than dark flocculent detail. But anyway, it'll have to do as a descriptor for this. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. It's like low detail. It looks good, but this looks quite sharp by comparison. If we just zoom in a little bit more, 6:1. I know we're getting on towards extreme levels of zoom right now, but just for, you know, while we're trying to talk about this. Yeah. I don't know. What do you guys think? What are you getting from this? It looks to me like, you know, some smaller regions, clusters, etc. around that core are a bit better resolved. And if we just undo in both cases, BlurXTerminator. So redo on the left, bang, redo on the right, bang. It's not having to do too much. I wouldn't say that's really interesting. That is really interesting. It's surprising, I think, actually, seeing this kind of thing. It's not every day you get access to like data that's been taken accidentally under such comparable circumstances that we can put side by side. So thank you very much, DC, for making this this kind of thing possible. Let's just see. Do you think the SNR is worse on mine due to the focus issues? Quite possibly, DC. What's the native focal ratio of the FSQ? I tell you what, I would be interested to see actually how much, you know, of a job NoiseXTerminator can do on this. I'm also willing, by the way, to use dynamic alignment if you want to see that kind of thing as well. We can absolutely do that, and we'll go through it once again. So I'll undo the crop on this thing. Process, alt process, dynamic alignment. So source view, I'll align mine to DCs. I think that should be fine. So source and target, and we'll take a couple of the more notable stars, and hopefully it won't take too much wrestling into position. So that's that one. Best to try and make big triangles on this to begin with. Simplifies matters. So oops, I'm on the wrong image there. So source image, once we've got this third one in place, it should start to become pretty accurate. I missed that, didn't I? Got a group of 3, and that's the correct one right there. So before I make a mistake, let me just correct myself. That's accurate now. So we've got this little right angled triangle there, and then a fleck off to the top. Yeah. Alright, so now we can use this as our next alignment point, and it's captured that fine. So we've got this first triangle established. The rest of it should be a lot simpler now. I'm happy that these are going in the right positions. How many do you think to go with, eh? About 20 alignment points or something like that. That should be enough, shouldn't it? How about that? 15, 16, 17. Would we get those? Yeah, we would get those, wouldn't we? That'll do it. I think 19 is going to be enough. Right. So now my image is rotated to match DC's, so I'll just minimize my original down there. And now, hopefully, you can look at these two like side by side, and they're at the exact same rotation, which is handy. But now obviously we need to crop both, so I'm going to crop DC's to match mine instead. So let's pull it right into the point where we get rid of all of these great big black bars, preserve as much as we can. Hopefully this isn't too boring for anybody, by the way. I'm just having a bit of fun playing around, obviously, at this point in time. So there we go, we've got a good common area now between both of these, and we can go ahead and apply some base processing. So I think this time we've tried it at like defaults. Let's try it with like maxed out now, just like redlining it. See what happens. Brian the Primate, how's it going, mate? And Pete as well, good to see you both. Hope you're keeping well. Let's just whoosh, apply it to mine as well now. So that's been, yep, that's been applied to both. Let's zoom in, start taking a look and seeing what we can see. So at a 2:1 view, it's done a wonderful job on both, of course. Those star sizes have really been brought into line from the initially that bit softer image on the left. If we just undo, you can see exactly what we're dealing with. I think of note, perhaps, would be like we talked about previously, the like little not triangle, the group of 3 at the top right there. So this is before BlurXTerminator on the left, and then after, bang, and after, in line. So that's really bringing things nicely together. Now I will say, DC, maybe you can make this out, mate, but there are some fainter stars in my shot that haven't been detected on the image on the left, and I do think that's down to the softness of focus. It hasn't been able to focus, you know, the photons onto a few enough pixels, if you like, in order to register as a star above the background noise. So let me just, so like, let's say up here, for example, I've got a star on there that's just a bit of a blotch, if you like. If we just undo BXT on both, See, I don't know if am I going crazy? I don't know. It seems to make sense to me. Just undo again. So there's another very faint star there, just above the background signal on mine. Hopefully you can see it like this and this. And if we redo, you can see it's now pulled into view. So that is some evidence, I think, of SNR on those like fainter background stars ending up different between these two shots. But going back to what we were doing before, where we were trying to do a side-by-side comparison, I will properly catch up with chat, by the way, in a moment. I realise I've just been hyper-focusing on this for the given. But going back to these kind of side-by-side comparisons, the first point that we talked about before, so like particularly down right into the galactic core, we just matched both views. I definitely don't think I'm taking crazy pills. I'm convinced that there's more to see on the right hand image. Like, this rift is deeper and better defined than the left hand shot. Do you know what I mean? And I'm not trying to knock the left by any means. I'm just saying what I see. This area down here as well, particularly, has quite a bit more texture. We're looking at, in both cases, by the way, less than the minimum amount of recommended data. I think, again, that's fair to say. If we just undo BXT on both, again, you can see, though, the effect that it's had. So beforehand, obviously, it's sharp going in. It's really managed to wrestle those stellar objects, stars, really into shape very convincingly. Very, very, very convincingly indeed. But the underlying non-stellar parts of the image, just the galaxy detail itself, going in, starting sharper, means it's coming out sharper. So that has been a very, very interesting comparison to do, I think. Very interesting to me, at least, anyway. Yeah, there's a couple more stars there as well. I don't know if you can see, like, there's a hint of one right there, but there's definitely a star there. Just about there, and definitely one there. So there's also another star right there, which isn't visible in the left. More evidence of that kind of thing, being slightly better focused down there, even after the deconvolution's been applied. I don't know, I think this has been a really interesting comparison. I'm going to now apply NoiseXTerminator. I'll tell you what, no, I won't mess. I'll leave it at defaults, this thing. And we'll leave BlurXTerminator turned out. And I've just seen that message right there. Do BXT and NXT before your channel combine? I don't DC, no. I combine first, mate. And then I'll let BlurXTerminator work on the whole image, effectively, rather than in individual channels first. I find that gives the best kind of results. I mean, NXT has just worked its magic really on both there, I'd say. So yeah, can't really can't complain either way. I think that's fair to say. Have we lost anything? I'm not willing to say we've lost anything on NXT to this, so even some real low SNR features like these two stars right here and here. Just I know I'm going absolutely crazy zoom like here, but you can see they've been like left alone on there. Interesting. Yeah, I'll just leave these up in the background if you'd like me to do any more side-by-side comparisons, perhaps with different levels of BlurXTerminator, NoiseXTerminator, etc. applied. I would be happy to oblige, of course. But yeah, I think combining those two tools really brings the data to a more comparable state. But yeah, like DC said, he's had some focus issues with this, so the starting point for mine I didn't have any focus issues. Do you know what I mean? Mine auto-focused properly for this. So that starting point being quite a bit different, it actually does make a difference. So you can't just rely, I suppose, on the XT tools to pull you through. Unbelievable. Yeah, they're back to defaults. Anyway, yeah, sorry, I will try to catch up a little bit on chat now. I realise I've just left you kind of doing your own thing there for a little bit. I'm very sorry about that, guys. I've got to scroll up just a little bit. It's time to do some catching. Itchy nose still. Focuser was not working well at all. So that was in response to what Jose was talking about there. I'm interested to see how much BlurX would fix it. Casey, yeah, what a mad lad. He is a legend, is Casey, mate. Long time supporter of the channel. Good friend. Really appreciate him. Just arrived. It's the first warm sunny day. Enjoying it. Good stuff, buddy. Yours looks cleaner noise wise. I think the background noise, you know, DC. I've just seen your message there, by the way. I know that's like 5 minutes ago or so, but with both of them in the default state, I think the background noise is fairly comparable overall. Like if you just look at a random area, they've both got like salt and pepper nature to them, haven't they? But it's just interesting to me to have the chance to like compare data like this side by side. So again, I know I've said it a few times, but I mean it, mate. Thank you for taking the time to offer your data like this for some side by side, like messing around. It's fun. I like doing that kind of thing. Let me just fire up the correct window again. So sorry. Yeah, what we're actually doing, like the main aim of this. Oh blimey, look at that. Some absolutely storming image coming up. What we're doing really is working through Astro Images, doing some critique, some feedback, that kind of thing. I enjoy doing it. Seems like the community enjoys seeing it. And I don't know if you guys are anything like me. Every single time, and I mean this, every single time we've done one of these critiques, be it like a Discord session like this, or like as part of one of the reviews, I've learned from it every time, guaranteed. So really worth the effort, I'd say. And it wouldn't be possible without you guys sharing so readily your images. So I really do appreciate it. I will just keep catching up with chat now a little bit. I'm going to try this galaxy with my Dwarf Free, says Oliver. Hey, good on you, mate. Give it a go. Absolutely. Ollie making use of the stickers. I need to update the channel, I reckon, mate, with some more mini stickers now. So DC were just suggesting there the star alignment thing, which we did then. I'd love to see more videos on it. I'll absolutely be doing that, Oliver. I don't know if you saw, by the way, Ollie, if you're registered with Dwarf Labs at all, they've just published a new update to the app, which allows much more like in-depth post-processing. So that looks promising. Yeah, I have to say, they're working hard on that thing. It's good to see. Recover images moved off the screen using the scroll bar on the right edge of the workspace. Good to know that, amp to amp. Someone has advice using an EQ6R, investing in a good Apo but still rocking a Canon 5D Mark III. Gifted. You're not happy with your images and you think a dedicated Astro camera could give you back much more. Ooh. What is it particularly that you're not happy with about your images? No, I'm going to have to turn my air conditioner on. It is disgustingly hot in here. Take a look at this. Let me just show you what we're dealing with at this point in time. So, I'm in shorts and everything. I'm trying to be as chilled as I possibly can be. We're still at 27.7. That's not good, is it? That ain't good. Along with 37% humidity, so that's not too high at least. But it is making me a bit itchy. Right, cracking on with catching up with chat, wanna. Thanks for the Pix Insight demo, having to live vicariously for everyone on Discord and live streams. Your processing rig is down and out for repair. Ooh. Damn, that's rough, Mike. Sorry to hear that, buddy. Yeah, a couple of people saying they do like the right-hand data, that's okay. Let's just see. Next time we have clear skies, I'll try again, but without HDR mode. Yeah, I think mine's the QHY Minicam DC, and I did have HDR mode turned on. I see now. So I asked what were the native focal ratio of the FSQ 106, and it's just given me the stats for that as well. So that's 530mm f5. Mine is 509mm f4.8. So super comparable right there. Oh, so you've just learned something new with the dynamic alignment. That's good to hear. Hello again, by the way, Pete and Brian and Gary. Ian Barker. Hi, Luke. Hello there, Ian. Yeah, another great live stream. I'm doing my best to just catch up with chat, so we're back to like being live properly again. Stream full of useful information. Super. I'm really glad to hear that you're enjoying me, Ian. Genuinely, I am. Let's just see. BlurX and NoiseX are worth every penny. Oh, mate, I could not agree with you more. Yeah, they'd be cheap at twice the price. Don't tell Russell Croman that, no. Internet connection went down the toilet for a minute there. Sorry to hear that, mate. Soft focus really does have a lot of downstream effects. Well, that's one of the interesting things there, DC, that I feel like I've finally been able to, at least for myself, put to bed a little bit, thanks to the data that you've just provided. And it's just like a happy accident that you've had some issues with like that softer focus. So now we do know you can't like rescue everything. It can really do a great job on stars if they're like out of focus, but the details of the galaxy, like the object that we were really paying attention to in the shot, that needed to be as sharp as possible going in, like in the first place, which is interesting. It's been very kind of eye-opening. Great to watch this edit while shooting M51. Okay, Nick, getting some M51 time as well. That's good. Let's just see. Yours definitely has more detail in the core. Do you remember if you shot with HDR enabled on the camera? I did, DC, yeah, mate. Sean's got to go. Sorry, Sean, I've almost certainly missed you going there, buddy. Do you BXT and NXT before your channel combine? I think I answered that one mid-stream, but no, I don't. Channel combine first, then use those tools. This whole exercise really tells me I need to nail down my focus. Yes, I think that's fair, dude. I honestly think that's fair. I hope it's been as useful for you as interesting as it was for me at that one. That reminds me, I noticed one of your workflows used NXT pre-stretch, but the creator said he recommends using it post-stretch. Have you seen any noticeable differences? Not really, Nick. No, to be honest. So if I'm... Right, let me try and compartmentalize what I'm about to say in my head properly. If I'm processing one-shot color data, I will oftentimes use NoiseXTerminator, you know, quite early on in the processing, and then again later, because the data tends to be that a little bit more noisy throughout processing. If working with mono data, decent mono data, I will usually combine the channels, make a pass with like BlurXTerminator and NoiseXTerminator, and then probably not really need to NoiseXTerminate again later on. But having said that, NoiseXTerminator really does seem to be very respectful of the actual data. It doesn't seem to damage anything, so use it as much as you need. But yeah, to directly answer your question, have I seen any much difference using NXT pre or post stretch? Not really. Yeah, not really. I'm sure there will be a difference on certain targets though. Good evening, Luke, says Serge. Hey, how's it going, Serge? Beyond M51 wants I'm out of the hot tub when I'm watching you with a beer. You are living life, mate. That's awesome. That is awesome, yeah, Bob. Living the dream, he is. Nearly caught up with chat. Nearly caught up. Klaus Barth, good to see you, Klaus. Greetings from Geneva. Nice to see you again in another live stream. Starting to image remotely at EIs. Good stuff. I hope you're getting some quality data from that, Klaus. That's interesting. Luis, what's up, Luke? What's up, mate? I am doing good. Hopefully you're keeping well too. What's 27.7 in American? Oof. 27.7 C in F. 81.86 Fahrenheit. Oh, crikey. That was super helpful. Thank you again. DC, mate. You're an absolute legend among men. I really appreciate that support, buddy. Wow. Talk about going above and beyond, mate. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And not just for the support, but again also thank you for sharing that data. I found that to be a really interesting little exercise. Taking that opportunity to compare, you know, such comparable data. Yeah. Thank you, mate. That's really, really cool of you. I'm nearly there with the chat. You was watching everything from the beginning. Not sure you mentioned my pick of the North American Nebula and said there was some blue O3 missing. I'm using the C1 and C2 filters, so what am I missing? It could just be processing, Pim. Yeah, it could just be down to the application processing, or even the time of the lunar cycle through which you capture your data. If you're trying to capture like faint O3, you know, when the moon is full or even nearby, that kind of thing, it can be a little bit sketchy. Right, I'll turn off my aircon because it's such a noisy bugger. I'm nearly caught up with chat. I'm aware though that I need to visit the loo, so I'll be back in a second, chaps. Won't keep you waiting long. Wow. Yo, I'm back. I don't know if anybody else was just looking up, but I just saw a nice meteorite over in the east. You'd have to be nearby me though, I want you to see that. Right. Get caught up. Going to be a hot summer. Potentially, Mike. Might be a silly question to ask. I really don't know the answer, but does the fact that we're entering solar maximum, or like the peak of the solar maximum this year, mean that we're going to experience, on average, hotter weather? I don't know. If it has like that kind of direct thing going on. Are we still live? My streaming software appears to have just had a brain fart if we are. Still good. Brilliant. Thank you, Stan. Just all came back moments after you just said that, Stan. That's properly weird. Test received. Should just like ping, you know what I mean? Ah, that's good to know, guys. Thank you for that. Yeah, my streaming software just appeared to have an absolute fart then. It was showing like no statistics at all, so thank you. Hey, and thank you again, DC. Genuinely now, mate, that kind of support is above and beyond, and it really, really makes a big difference for me and my family. So thank you. Hope you've had a better week than me, says Richard. Sorry to hear that. Seems like I blew the motherboard on your EQ8 2 nights ago. Got the negative and positive mixed up in the dark and pop. Oh, no. That's terrible. How did that happen, mate? Is like an older EQ8 maybe or something? I know that on mine, the plug that goes into the EQ8 itself is like an aviation socket. So it's 2-pin. What would it be called? Like an NC40 or something like that. And it's got an indexing key, so you can't physically fit it the wrong way around. So, man, I'd be interested to hear what's happened so I can avoid it. I'm so sorry to hear it, though. Let's see. Absolutely. Quality of my pics has raised dramatically since I got Pick Insight, BlurXTerminator, and NoiseXTerminator. Yeah, it's not just the quality of the images, but like the thing that, like the knock-on effect from that for me, the enjoyment that I'm getting from all this expensive, like really expensive bloody gear, has also been elevated by that, you know, few £100 investment. So yeah. Nearly caught up with you, by the way, guys, and then we can crack back on with some more image critiquing, if you like. A trip to FLO tomorrow to hopefully get it fixed. Did try the Edge 11 on the AM5, but it was nearly disaster number 2. Oof. Yeah, you got to watch counterbalance on that thing. The AM5 can handle the Edge, though. I've tried that before, and it worked well. Right. I think we're just about there. Evening, I was gifted a membership from one of your members earlier in the month, so massive thanks. That's good to hear, Simon. Fatu, finally not missing it. Good stuff, mate. Music seems a little too loud in your opinion. Fair play, mate. Was it just a loud track, perhaps? Is it still too loud now? If it is, I can turn it down for you a little bit. Yeah, for whatever it's worth, I was also running this rig on the Warp Astron. Is it Warp Astron WD-20 mount? And I absolutely hate the mount. Oh. Damn. I'm just going to use that mount moving forwards. Okay. Well, that's interesting to note, DC. Thank you for sharing, though, dude. We're back up to the test, and we are now caught up. Solar maximum was last year, but not related to temperature. Good to know, mate. Yeah, so it's just like a maximum in terms of its activity cycle, I assume. And I'm supposing that's why we've been seeing northern lights and things a lot more than usual. Solar maximum does affect temperatures, but minimally. Okay. Bob says, I have to run. No worries at all, Bob. Thank you for coming and spending some of your time, buddy. This was my first live stream, and not my last. Well, that's what it's all about, Bob. Thank you, buddy. Hope you have a cracking day. Warp Astron. On step is a pain in the arse to work with. Got ya. Music fine. We don't want to hear you in the loop. Fair enough, mate. Bought an Edge 925 used last week. Ooh. Oh no, smashed the corrector when it shipped. Oh mate, I'm so sorry to hear that. That is gut-wrenching. I hope you can get it fixed, like in terms of, you know, insurance and things like that. Hopefully it was insured when it was shipped. Couldn't hear my AC. I was really concerned that you guys would have been like getting drove crazy by like the sound of the AC. That's why I turned it off. Best shot of M63 so far. Sorry, we'll kick things back off with Stefan's lovely M63 shot here from Baildon in Yorkshire. 30 hours of RGB, 3 hours of HA. Had to fight against a frost halo, I think. But pretty happy with the result. Hope you all will appreciate. Lovely. Yeah, nice amount of detail in it. So, feedback-wise, I'll jump straight back in with the feedback for you. The background is nice and neutral in terms of colouring. It doesn't look really biased towards anything, which is nice to see. A lot of the brighter stars have a bit of dark halation around them, so they all look a bit sunk. Just very slightly in. The detail in the galaxy itself is right on the verge of what I would like say is acceptable, just from my perspective, by the way. This is with any more, I feel like it would probably look a bit forced, is all I'm trying to get at with this. But other than that, you know, colours and such has been handled well. There's a slight green tint, but nothing dramatic. It's still a very pretty image, is what we're getting at. But those are the things I noticed. Like I say, those little dark pits around some of the stars. That's about it. Nice shot, all in, mate. Nice shot. Thank you for sharing. Not sure what scope he did that with. So this is Occam's Razor. First image with my new to me Celestron Edge HD 8.7 reducer. Been a pretty steep learning curve moving from a relatively short focal length refractor to 1422mm. Yeah. Most tricky aspect was staying up at OAG for the first time. That's fair enough. Beautiful result though, mate. Yeah, actually a beautiful result. Lovely neutral background. I think this is a really nice example of a very accurate black point for the background. I think, again, this is just personal, but to me, it's not too far towards black, not too far towards white, you know, grey, if you like, rather. Just spot on. The perceived contrast of the images, as a result, very tasteful. Yeah, there's not really anything to pick up on this image. I've got to say, it is practically, technically perfect. Beautiful. Yeah, really, really beautiful shot. I'm, you know, really looking carefully at this, because clearly the person doing this is skilled with processing. Yeah, that's damn nice. That is damn nice. Well done. I think it will cost half the price of a new one. The good thing is the primary and secondary are good. Well, that's good news at least, mate. Yeah. Had my Edge 11 fixed in the UK with a smash corrector, and it's perfect. Well, that's good news as well, Richard. It's nice to know they can be fixed. A friend of mine just recently had an absolute heart wrencher as well. Bought himself an Edge HD 14 used. You guessed it, smashed corrector in shipping. He's currently with Celestron, and they're looking at replacement for him now. But yeah, that's oof. That is very rough. I forgot to read this. This is Henk Durvan, the Ghost. So IC63 by a C-Star S50. I'll tell you what, C-Star S50, eh? It's done a bloody good job there. Yeah, I like it. I mean, this is a smart telescope, you know what I mean? And this is better than my first shot of IC63 by a long way, I've got to say. So it's amazing what you can do these days. Mike J, my process, PixInsight and Photoshop of Chuck's Astrophotography's NGC 6888 from a few nights ago. Oops. Just nearly broke my bloody microphone. So we looked at Chuck's version of this data just down below, and this is Mike's version. So Mike has got a little bit of a green hue over some of the background, but he has successfully nullified out that blue hue that was over Chuck's. I feel like Chuck's looked a bit more natural overall, but that's not to say I dislike Mike's version of it. Just as I'm kind of trying to carefully look around the image right here, there are a few areas in this image where I can't determine whether it's compression or what's happened, but I don't know if this will make it through the stream compression for you guys, but like, let's say here, where I'm mousing, here, 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 here. It's like lots of blue pits in the image, and they are blue. They're not kind of like going towards grey or black or anything. Probably as a result of the masking process used to bring out this lovely O3 shell. Being a bit too inclusive. If you could work on that and neutralise that slight green cast over the rest of the image, I think that'd be an overall very nice shot. It is already a very nice shot. I should correct myself immediately and say that, by the way, as well. So thank you for sharing. Yeah, nice work, Mike. That would be my minor feedback for you on that one. How to turn an SCD into a classical caster grain. Apparently have it shipped. Damn, yeah. That is proper rough, mate. Dark Eagle, 30 hours, 2-panel HOO. From Baz Astra. Don't think I can really feasibly read all of that on stream right now, but 16 hours Hydrogen Alpha, 14 hours of Oxygen 3, 30 hours total time. Lovely. Redcat 51, 1600mm Pro. Cool. Bottle Force guys. So at a glance, viewed zoomed out before we like start penetrating in a bit deeper. Nice. Very nice, in fact, I would say. So there's some kind of... He's probably completely aware of this, by the way, so I won't dwell on it, but like some kind of stria or something. Perhaps stress on one of the lenses, causing a very bright spike artifact going through that brighter star over there. Interestingly enough, though, it's not present in some of the other quite bright stars in the image. It's just the off-axis one. Not sure what could exactly be causing that. Doesn't appear to be anything else that could maybe be causing mechanical vignette or diffraction in the optical path. Very odd. But anyway, as we kind of punch in a little bit now, the background super tastefully set, I would say. I like it. Looks nice and gradient free. Overall, darker spots are dark where there should be. It feels that way to me, at least. And during processing, he's not really lost anything either. Perhaps if I could offer some small feedback, it would be that a range mask selecting the very brightest parts of this image. So this area of Oxygen 3, that kind of pool of it right there, the top of this nebula just there, the top of the wall, particularly this region just here, and the very brightest parts of the Pelican as well. So a range mask selecting those, just feathered slightly and then pulled back just a touch on the midpoint on the curves would bring a little bit more back to this image, but it's such a minor feedback point, I almost feel silly giving it to someone who's technically very proficient with processing. I don't think it looks forced. I will say that it's right on the verge of how much sharpening can be applied to an image before it starts to look manufactured. This is right on the verge, but it's still, nice. In a word, very nice. Into yeah, well done. Very pretty shot. So this is another from Baz Astra. 42 hours, 28 hours luminance, 14 hours of RGB, 1600mm Pro, 294MC Pro for RGB. Okay, so he's taken luminance with a mono camera and then captured RGB rather than through discrete filters. Instead opted to capture it with a one-shot color camera. And a Redcat 51 Ball Force guys in Norfolk. So he's applied an extremely deep stretch this, as you would expect, going for what he's tried to do. on the shot, and it's worked out lovely. Tons and tons of detail on display. It looks a little softer than the previous image, which I don't know, I actually don't mind that much for this. We are looking at clouds, aren't we? So it makes sense that it'd be a bit kind of softer. Colour and his usage of it throughout the image is lovely. It really, really is. Like, notable is the colour of this dusty stuff. Just looks spot on to my eye. Sometimes it can look a little too brown, sometimes it can look a little too grey. This is in the Goldilocks zone, do you know what I mean? It's looking good. The only negative I can point about this is most of the bright stars in the image appear to be overblown slightly, so perhaps if you'd stretched using generalized hyperbolic stretch, which he probably has, should have just fetched back a little bit further on that, like the highlights, if you will, to just pull those slightly more into line, and it would have maybe helped a touch with these crescent halos that we're seeing. I don't know if you can make those out on the stream, but like here, etc. So radially from center, they're appearing everywhere. Bit of an odd effect, but yeah, overall it doesn't detract too much from a very pretty image. Well done. Thank you for sharing that. Can't wait to get it back working. That's good to hear, Milky Way. Yeah, don't be put off, mate. You get it fixed, buddy, and you will be very happy. The fantastic scopes, those 925s. With the moon at 90%, I captured with my Celestron Rasa and 533 colour the M44 Beehive cluster, says Chuck's Astrophotography. Beautiful. Yeah. Look at that. I love these little background galaxies, by the way, as well. Now, the background appears to be just about spot on. I'm going to hazard at saying, for my monitor calibration, though, the background appears to be fractionally green. Not much, but it is there. I think over the whole thing, just like that fractional green cast. Don't know if anybody else can make that out, but I don't know. Like, there it is. It's weird. I'm almost tempted to just take a snip apart of this thing here for a moment. Just save that thing. Just while I've got PixInsight open, I wanted to see if I'm just going crazy, like colorblind or what. I know this is just a screen snip, but yeah, you can see red is recessed, blue and green are in front right there on curves. So if we like applied a weak SCNR or something to this, that weren't quite enough. A little bit stronger. That's it. That looks neutral grey to me now. But just about anyway. Looks like he's pulled that green back, left the blue forwards, red back, but it looks grey to my eye. There's the background now. Like before, after. Anyway, a little bit of a minor diversion there. It's such a minor thing. Doesn't detract from the image really. It's just something that I thought I'd test for my own purposes. Anyway, I see some green too, says Quentin. Yeah, I got you. It's not much, but it's a really, really, really pretty image. I'm glad to see Chuck actually doing some clusters and stuff lately. He does such a good job at processing them. Incredibly pretty. Really, really remarkable stuff. Possible light bills. Look at this thing. Bit too much high cloud to set up this evening. There for around 30 minutes. What? What are those? That's just throwing me off completely, dude. Has anybody else ever seen something like that? Or what? Are we viewing some sort of like electromagnetic phenomena, like aurora-based kind of activity, or what? That's really weird. That's a really interesting shot though, Richard. Thank you for sharing that. Fatiou, Stole is your 7th target. Okay, 1-shot color, 6 hours, pixie sight processing. Bright moon blue cast on the background gave me a challenge. Okay. Well, you've neutralized that blue cast, but unfortunately replaced it with a slight brown cast overall. So obviously you were aware with what you were doing, so I'm not going to like dwell on it. The colours in the nebula are nice. They could stand to be very slightly more feathered together, I think, as part of your like masking and application of saturation and colour to this thing. So a touch more feathering would perhaps help. But it's a nice shot overall, mate, and I want to say thank you for sharing it. The only things, like I say, I'd try to work on is in taking out all of the blue, you may have inadvertently biased it towards red and green and kind of ended up with this brownish kind of colour as a result. So yeah, yellowish brown in it. Let's take a look at the next one. Mixed results with your WD-20. Currently on M81 and guiding is okay. Nice. Hard set of data, not very happy with it. Oh, so you hit a Fatiou. Got you, mate. Yeah, I think, like I say, it ended up biased towards yellow-brown overall. But what you've done with the nebula itself is nice, mate. So, yeah, thank you for sharing. This is Henk Durvan, the question mark. Part of the question mark nebula. NGC 7822, if I can remember correctly. Mount hooked the cable and got it stuck at a fixed point. Interesting. Oof. Yeah, lucky escape there, mate. Nice. So your background is overall nice and flat. Like there's no obvious pits and such around here. There's just this rift of dust, which is good. It's separate from the background, and your black point not being too low has enabled that to be, apparent from the rest of it, which is nice. Colours of the stars aren't bad. This cluster's sparkling nicely over there. Yeah, I think, given that it looks like you've been working with relatively modest data, I think you've taken it about as far as is reasonable on this one, Hank. So, yeah, nice job overall. I like the kind of non-standard colours that you've got going through here. So, like copper and hot pink into blue. If that was purposeful, that's good. If it was accidental, it's a happy accident. I would say. M23, open cluster, so another cluster from Chuck. Rasa 533 Antler L filter. Nice. So the beautiful starter colours and such on this one. This one's biased a little bit towards blue now in the background. I think you can probably see what I'm talking about there, but it doesn't massively detract from a very pretty image. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't mind it. I quite like it. If he was like having loads of trouble getting this out of the image, it may have been worth even just lowering the black point on this one a touch for me. But far be it from me to nitpick on Chuck's images. He's a much more accomplished astrophotographer than I. They're very pretty images. Not everyone. Let's see. ARP 214. 1 hour and 44 minutes. Wow, that ain't much time, is it, for this type of target? C95, 533 MC Pro, bottle 45 skies. Nice, dude. Yeah, I can see you've tried with this. BlurXTerminator, that kind of thing, if you had access to it, would help. As it overall looks a bit soft. I think that's totally fair to say, but you have caught a lot of these tails around here, and I feel like I can just sort of see a hint of like the connecting tail going up around the back as well, just coming in. And that's due to, a well set black point, so that's a good thing about the image. Something you've definitely got right there. Overall, the colours I feel like you've got right. It's just you're working with such a limited data set, there's only so much you can do. So yeah, thank you for sharing that. I think it's worth adding more time if you do see this. Not everyone. I think it would actually be well worth doing. Do look like light pillars caused by ice crystals. That's incredible, Pete. I mean, I've seen light pillars a couple of times, says Steve. Weird. Yeah, I've never seen them before. I've seen, like a sundog before, but that's a totally different time of day, I suppose, isn't it? 211 Milkman. Okay. Taken from my home in Maine. 7 2-minute shorts. And it's caught the comet. Look at that. C2025 Swan. So someone was just asking in chat earlier, has anybody had a go at the comet? Turns out Milkman's had a go at the comet. Might have crushed the background a bit due to how messy it looked after stretching. Overall, happy with how it turned out. I think you might be being a bit too harsh on yourself there, Milkman, given just how little data you've had to work with. You know what I mean? You can't even get into the realms of, like, you know, stacking rejection algorithms with just 7 frames, can you? So yeah, you've captured the comet, mate. That's what you set out to do. You've done it, and you've done it tastefully, I'd say, as well. Well done, dude, and thank you for sharing that. Kieran Williams, TubeTech 585. Throat's drying up. Wow, I keep colliding with my microphone tonight. Sorry about that for any noises that make it through. Skywatcher 200, EQ6R, PixInsight, Graxpert, Denoise, and StarNet 2. Okay, Bedford in Ball, 7 Skies. Nice overall, mate. A little low on colour. It almost reminds me of like when someone tries imaging a galaxy using a light pollution filter like an L Pro or similar types of filters. They often leave this kind of muted appearance. It looks like it has a small amount of trouble with guiding accuracy. I can see some eccentricity on these stars just there, so I don't know if that's something it was like aware of, but it might be worth looking into if you weren't and you do see this. So there's definitely some squiggle happening. If it's on just a few subs, it might be worth delving back into your data and deleting those subs, not including them as part of your stack. But if it's on them all, and it's, you know, it is what it is. BlurXTerminator would probably help you with that, to be honest. Take care of that kind of thing. But yeah, overall, nice shot. Background isn't too dark. It looks fairly neutral. It's a little bit biased towards brownish kind of colours, as is most of the image. But yeah, thank you for sharing. Critiquing these would be tough work. These are great images. Thank you, Dustin. Yeah, it's I tell you what, Dustin, honestly, it's a pleasure, mate, being able to go through people's images like this. And I say it, you know, time and time again, I don't critique these from any kind of position where I feel like my techniques are superior or something like that. They're quite frankly not. I just come into it with some visual experience. I've seen a lot of great images, so I know kind of what to look for. And the advantage of fresh eyes. So like the first time I'm seeing these images, it is a natural advantage. As you've probably done yourself, and I've mentioned it before to people, like one of the best things you can do while editing an image sometimes is to just walk away for a bit. You come back after your eyes have had a rest, and that's effectively what I'm doing when I see these images the first time. But yeah, I always feel like I learn from them, and it seems like a lot of the community do too. Ram says, got to tell you in bottle 3/4, Guider Rooney is heaven steady. Oh, nice, mate. I'm glad to hear you're getting some more settled skies there, Ram. That's nice stuff, mate. So Lucas 2, 3 hours of integration, ASCAR 103 Apo, 26 from MC, SV220 dual band, bottle 5, 70% moon. Okay, so there appears to be some kind of fixed pattern banding noise across this image. You can probably see like where I'm mousing across there, so maybe a more aggressive dither routine might have helped things here. There's also what appears to be a slight amount of hallucination gone on in the processing on this one too. So I know we looked at some of Lucas's images a little bit earlier on and we saw the same kind of thing. So this textured appearance creeping in. Obviously, if that's what you want to see in your image, that's fine. But just for me, looking at it, it kind of takes me out of it a little bit, I've got to say. So, trying to like... What's just gone on here? Thanks for all the effort you put into this, Luke. Oh, Milky Way mishaps. That is super duper kind of you, mate. It really, really is. Thank you so much for your support there. As I say, I hand on heart appreciate it. I really do. Thank you very much for that, mate. Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you. Brody's just checking in as he's not home. Okay, mate. No worries, Brody. Been working on my 8th target for hours on hours. Practically went blind by the end of it. Yes, this is it, Fatu. Exactly, mate. If I spend too long editing an image, I honestly can end up like chasing your tail at best. that's like the best outcome. The worst is you end up having to fully reprocess after you've already saved it and walked away and came back and looked tomorrow and gone, what? Kind of thing. But yeah, so Lucas on this one, I feel like there's quite a lot going on and it could stand just a touch less overall power on the stretch that you've applied. I feel like the stretch you have applied has been well done, by the way. You haven't really blown out any of the brighter points. They've been brought up to being bright, but not too bright. But at the same time, you fetched out quite a lot of noise, including that fixed kind of pattern banding. So I think it's worth another run at this. Background extraction could also stand just a touch more work too. It's left like some pits, some brightened areas, and there is an overall blue bias. But like I said, I don't want to get down on it or anything. It's still a nice shot, dude. So well done and thank you. Thank you again, by the way, guys, for the support tonight. It's really, really, really is kind of you. This is an interesting one. M87 relativistic jet, 4 hours, C-star data, and a Hubble comparison. How about that? Take a look at that. Definitely is caught, you know, an indication of it right there, hasn't he? Unbelievable stuff. C-star, eh? So Gem Hadar's done loads of good C-star images. This is just another one. Wonderful stuff. So another one from Lucas. 22 hours of integration over 5 separate sessions in Ball 5 skies with moon between 70 and 100%. So really up against it there with the kind of like the power of the moonlight filtering through the atmosphere. Same rig as before, 2600 MC, ASCAR 103 APO, SV220 dual band. Alright. So it's very, you know, like pretty and structured image. This one, like it's pushed to the ragged edge of what for my tastes would be acceptable. Like it's just on the verge of looking a little bit artifacted, but it's not quite there. So I think that's fine to say. Could have stood slightly less stretch, maybe in those brighter zones, but not, you know, not too much. Otherwise it wouldn't preserve this kind of dynamic effect that he's got going on from the darkest points to the lightest points. The thing that I would particularly try to work on, and it's going to be hard given that it will be infiltrating the entire data set, would be this like blue that's permeated through the whole thing. Obviously it needs to be in some areas of it, but even like here, where this should be pretty much inky black, I would say it's now like blue, inky blue. So that'd be the thing that I would mainly work on with this one. But I think of all the images that you've shared, Lucas, that's my favourite one that you've done so far, mate. So well done on that, and thank you for sharing. So this is Chuck's astrophotography with M13 with his Rasa and 533. Antler L filter, 2 hours. Stonking. Yeah, really nice image that. You know, I'm observing the same thing as we talked about on the previous cluster image that Chuck shared, by the way. An incredibly slight green bias, and I mean it's even more slight on this one than the previous shot. So I'm confident, I think, in saying that mine and Chuck's monitors are just slightly differently calibrated to one another. Oh, crikey, Gideon. Thank you very much indeed for that. You know, I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you. Yeah, that's really, really kind of you. Stephen, good to see you, mate. Hope you're keeping well. A Luke stream, hello. Always a pleasure to have you here. Pleasure to have you all here. Hey, like I say, it wouldn't be possible without you. So I want you to know that you've always got a seat at my table. You're welcome. Thank you. Beautiful stuff. Anyway, Chuck, I don't want to get caught in the weeds and like focus on the background because it's such a slight bias. I was only pointing it out because I just found it interesting to me. But yeah, it's an absolutely beautiful image, and you know, that's what we're used to seeing from Chuck. Beautiful images. I even mentioned to him about the calibration. That's fair. I mean, honestly though, Stan, Chuck's got loads of APODs and stuff. Do you know what I mean? He's more qualified to be talking about this stuff than me. So you know what I mean? It's just, I want to stay in my lane to a degree. I always feel uncomfortable like talking to people who are so accomplished with their astrophotography and offering feedback, as it, you know, quite rightly they could say, shut up. I'm sure Chuck is here lurking. You never know, mate. This is a pretty image, I'll tell you that much. Hang on. Macarian's chain, Redcat 51, ASI 533 MM Pro, 10 hours of LRG, captured from Starfront. So this is on the lower end of like what I'd call like the Goldilocks zone for black points. It's still there. It's like it's really, really a very high quality background, and it's perfectly flat as well. As I'm trying my best to look around it, I'm not really seeing any evidence of remnant gradients at all. So now I almost want to say I haven't got a reference image to pull from on this, and this is just purely me saying what I'm seeing. I don't know if I'm right or wrong. I can almost see some kind of Lux Nebula across here. Don't know if I'm imagining this, but like it's here. I can see something. And I'm just wondering, with a slightly higher black point and like mid stretch applied, would you see more of that? But I don't want to focus on that when, you know, this thing is sparkling like it is. Astonishing details captured from a Redcat 51 as well. Look at this little spiral just down here. Wonderful stuff. Loads of detail in the eyes. Yeah, cracking shot. Really lovely stuff, Jason. Given that he's working with such a I mean, for that type of work, an unfavourable focal length, really, he's made that shine. I'm a sucker for these blues in the galaxies. Yeah, me too, mate. Do you have an APOD by chance, Luke? I don't get in, and I'm not likely to ever get one, because as in I will not get one, because I don't submit my images, quite simply. Even if my astrophotography was at that point, which it's not, but if it was, if I was getting that kind of caliber of data from home, I don't care to submit my images for APOD submissions. So I'll never get one. My version of the Crescent Nebula with data provided by Chuck. So this is the third version of this same data that we've seen, and I reckon Pete's is the best one we've seen so far, actually. Chuck's was really beautiful, but I think Pete's is the nicest version. It's successfully neutralized all that colour that we identified in the other two submissions, so that kind of slight background bias, while simultaneously a very successful stretch overall of this this rift of hydrogen going through the whole image. Phenomenal processing. And one other thing that Pete's managed to do on this as well is he's completed the oxygen 3 shell around the crescent right there as well. So you can see it does look encapsulated by that oxygen on this, rather than just like flecks on the side. You get the impression that it's all around it on this shot. So that's a really wonderful shot. I don't know if Pete's still here, but yeah, that's a cracking one. That Pete is the pro. I'd pay him to teach me. Yeah, mate, that's superb. Yeah, that's fair enough. Get in. I mean, I've not any problem at all, you know, with people submitting their images to APOD and stuff like that. It's everybody likes different things. For me, I just like to take images that I am happy with. You know what I mean? That's what it's all about. I don't want to say. I almost don't want to say what I think on this because it's going to sound bad. But like, I almost don't care what someone else would think about my images as long as I am happy with them. Do you know what I mean? If someone had feedback for me, that's another thing. But in terms of like judging, it is what it is. Do you know what I mean? This is cracking, by the way. This image right here. So this is Pete's version of M13, data provided by Chuck. Interestingly though, no, you know what? Now I've said that, I was going to say Pete's background looks very, like, infinitesimally biased towards green, but now I'm looking close up, I think it's okay. I think it's nice and grey. Yeah, just beautiful. Taken right up to like the verge of what you could apply to these stars as well, I think, before it would start to look forced or anything like that. But the soft transition from that bright blue in the core to the kind of more neutral blues around that center, to the like crushed diamonds on velvet, to use one of the visual astronomers' terms that they like to bandy around, of the outer reaches of M13 there. It looks absolutely wonderful. And then with it being speckled with those beautiful golden stars as well. Yeah, nice stuff. That's a masterclass. Well done, Pete, once again. M44, the beehive cluster. Now this does look biased towards green, very, very slightly. But it's really rather pretty, I think, putting it lightly. Yeah. What can I offer in terms of feedback on that? It is, it's technically incredibly sound. I think the only thing that I don't particularly like about this one is it almost looks overly soft. If that makes sense. Can it like look too soft? It almost looks too soft. But that's just a taste thing. It's still a technically wonderful image. Me neither, which is not shocking, as I'm far from the quality. That's fair enough. Fat to you, yeah, mate. Yeah. Callum, how's it going, buddy? It's my new Ask Guy running tonight. Great live stream as always. Thank you, Callum. We're actually not in astronomical darkness just yet, so I could probably open up my observatory roof and kind of set things up a little bit. If you guys want to see a touch of that kind of thing. How long have we been live? About 2 hours 20 or so not desperately bad. I just like the night sky and taking pictures of it, nothing more. Yeah, mate, that's me, totally fair. I mean, like I say, as long as I'm getting images I'm happy with that don't have like just glaring technical issues or something like that, I'm happy to just take an image, process it, and go like, nice, and move on. It doesn't have to be anything more than that for me. But yeah, if I was so inclined to like try to submit my images for, you know, like competitions, if you like, then yeah, I'd perhaps be putting like 50 hours per target and things like that. as that's what it'd take. Do you know what I mean? If I didn't do that, someone else would, and their image would be the one that's winning the prizes. This is really nice. A little bit of a background green cast, but not much. Do you know what I mean? This is Brian Fowler, by the way. So NGC 6820. I'll just give this a heart. Yeah, this is like a good example, I think. You know, I've been trying to point out good examples when I see them. I feel like this is a good example of sharpening done right. So he's taking it right up to the edge before it starts to look forced or manufactured or hallucinated. So he's taking it right up to the edge and then stopped, which is, you know, exactly what you'd hope to achieve from your processing job. The stretch depth is beautiful and deep. I can't comment too much on the green in the core of this, as I'm inclined to think that it's like a conscious decision, given that it's successfully achieved blue elsewhere in like really discrete areas. So like down here, this little bubble of blue, this little nodule up there of blue, another little bubble of blue right there, and yet he's left the rest of it green. So for someone to whom, you know, they're this technically proficient at processing, I feel like if he's left it green, he's done it on purpose. So I don't want to really poke at that too much. And it works for a narrowband image. It looks really pretty in the way that he's served it. So well done, Brian, on that one, mate. On that M44, I purposely went a bit OTT on the bloom to make the stars look glowy. That does make them look a bit soft. Yeah, that's fair enough, Pete. I understand that, mate. Yeah, I know what you mean. That orby appearance to him. I don't know. It's a really beautiful image, Pete. Like I say, it just looked a bit soft. I think it's the wrong term. I just can't think of the right one. Yeah, Chuck's Astrophotography M100. You're off to the observatory. Talk to you later. No worries, Stan. Have a good one, buddy. Thanks for coming and spending some time. As always. Chuck's M100 here. 533 colour, Antlia L filter, 9.67 hours. Ooh-wee, that's nice. Yeah. I like that. Let me just see what his second image is. So this is in a wider context. I actually like it in this context more, given that it's shocking how populated this region is actually in terms of the amount of background galaxies on display. Phenomenal stuff, but when viewed up close, I think the only thing I could offer you, if you do ever see this, Chuck, it looks like the core of the galaxy is just very slightly kind of got like a little smudge on it or something. It's hard to say. No doubt he's already aware of this. Right? I don't know. It's just something that naturally, a shape such as the galaxy and the positioning of it in the image, your eye is drawn to it. And so your eye naturally is drawn to the center of it too. And that's where I see that kind of like smudge, which just slightly detracts from a very, very pretty image. So, not sure what's going on there. There's also another little smudge here. I don't know if that's, I don't know, clone stamping or something. There's another little, oh, that is a clone stamp spot as well. I can see one right there. That's fair enough. It looks like he's had some trouble with something going on there with calibration, perhaps. At least we've like looked deep enough to try to identify that. But yeah, it's not overly distracting by any means, and it's still an incredibly pretty image. So yeah, well done, Chuck, as always. Always love to see his work. Dreamy. It does look, actually, that's a good term for it, Frank. It does look dreamy. Oops. So Richard's Astrophotography, NGC 281, Pac-Man. Edge 11, F7 Reducer, 2600 MC Pro, Optong L Extreme. 3 hours under a near full moon. Oof. Just seeing roughly where he's at there. Okay. Yeah. So the background is biased strongly towards like copper. I'd say is probably the term. It's just like a very dark copper, like a brownish copper. So if that could be neutralized to like a grey, the rest of it just needs peeling back a bit for my tastes overall, as it looks a little bright. That said, with this kind of spill of oxygen 3 that's coming out of here, it almost looks like rain pouring off a leaf or something. It's odd imagery. Do you know what I mean? It makes you think of other stuff. I don't know whether that's just me, but I don't actually mind it. It's overdone. The middle is overdone, but when viewed in context like this, I actually don't mind it too much. So yeah, I think black points just too black on this this rift going through the Pac-Man as well, like Pac-Man's mouth. Well, that's just me. So a bit of neutralization on that background would be my next step on this. If that's something you want advice on to work towards, Richard, that would be it, buddy. Just those backgrounds very slightly, but it's nice stuff and well done. Smooth one. Thank you, Steve. How you doing, buddy? Shows a crazy colour image of the elephant's trunk. Steve, it really was, mate. Yeah, that was this is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. This is your brain imaging the elephant's trunk nebula. For reference, Steve sent me a picture of an elephant trunk nebula edit that he did where he had an happy accident and it came out looking absolutely wacky, but in the best possible way. Captured with a 4-inch doublet refractor Poseidon C Pro. 5 hours of HA data captured with the Player One Anti-Halo Pro, and 12 hours of UV IR data too, from Rock Aruda. Well, those two have gone together beautifully, mate, I would say. Your background's quite a neutral colour, just a little bit bright for my taste. So if you just, you know, brought it back down very slightly, wouldn't have to be much. What you've done with the galaxy is very, very tasteful, though, overall. I think there is, I'm going to say there is some element of hallucination, like, that's gone on through some part of the processing technique. I don't know what's been applied that's kind of done this, but there's like little flecks around specifically these arms. It doesn't seem to really have been causing any issues around the galactic core or anything like that, or any of the brighter, higher signal-to-noise ratio areas. It's more just like the fainter regions that have been affected. The only other thing I'd say to work on with this would be, as part of stretching, let's say these brighter stars got just a little bit out of hand, and so they're looking a touch like orby. Perhaps peeling back a little bit on those as well would elevate things just slightly to the next level. But yeah, don't do psychedelic drugs while imaging. Maybe do. Yeah, speak directly with space. I'm still quite new to this. How frowned upon is clone stamping out smudges on the background? I won't say it's frowned upon, to be honest, Steve. It's... So someone might frown upon it as it's no longer a representation of that, like the true field of space right there at that given point. As in, like, plate solving would fail in that area because you've pulled it from somewhere else. When we're viewing images in an artistic context, as in, like, I've processed it because I think it's pretty and I want it to look this way, I think it makes sense to not just have to make do with, like, an ugly spot in your image. So if you feel like clone stamp is what's needed, from my perspective, clone stamp away. I really wouldn't, like, care. You know what I mean? It wouldn't matter. I'd point it out if I saw it and just be like, oh, it looks like they've had to use a clone stamp, like I did with Chuck's image like a minute ago. But it's not something I'd, like, dwell on, I don't think, too much. Unless, like, your image is just mottled with them, and in which case, like, dude, what are we doing? Get some, you know, clean your sensor or get some better flats would be the advice. But yeah, 1 or 2 is not a problem. 2 hours, 30-second subs, calibration in PixInsight, stacking in Cyril. Bounced back and forth, okay, in Cyril, Photoshop and GradientXpert for about 6 hours. Jeez, that's rough. Well, overall, you've came up with a nice image. I can see you've struggled, obviously, like, there is some element of defocus going on in this that you've tried to rescue. So I can appreciate the work that's gone into it, but overall, like, it looks like it was probably just too soft to do much with. There's no texture left, even in like the brightest parts of the crescent. Let's say here, for example, right here, which is rough. I know that you've put some hours into this, like you've just said 6 hours, so it's hard to say where to go from that without seeing the underlying data. I don't know if like you're just kind of wasting your time if you put another processing effort into it, or whether it's destructive processing that's caused data and detail loss to happen throughout that 6 hour period that's resulted in this kind of soft mass. Overall, you would be able to be a better place to answer that though. Like, what did your data look like on that initial stretch? Was there more texture and detail to it than is present at this point in processing? If so, it's been too destructive and it's worth trying again. So this is from Whisper, 40 minutes, 30-second subs. Quite low to the horizon, poor seeing, ball 7 skies. Okay. So M16, you can just about see the pillars over there and that side pillar coming in. Yeah, nice stuff, mate. Honestly, just keep at it. Don't let me put you off. I'm trying to be encouraging and constructive, but yeah, these I think at this point in your astrophotography career, you just need to get some data under your belt. Keep practicing the fundamentals, alignment with targets. You know what I mean? You can see you're slightly misaligned there. You weren't, however, on the crescent, you managed to nail that one. So working on your alignment, working on your focus, working on getting as long subs as you can, generally speaking, is usually decent advice. But yeah, that'd be what I'd do. Focus is something I'm really struggling with. I need an additional radial focus or something to bring it in. Put the original master in the most recent help and questions post if you want to take a look. Yeah, absolutely, mate. Is it just like pre-stretched so we can just see it on the stream, or the present one? So help and questions. What the heck? Post-processing? That's what I got with a quick process. Yeah, that's the data in the same state that I saw it, I think. See, so like that's the file. I've got you, mate. Well, what you've done, I think, is a big step up on this. The Racer put forth, so that's a positive indication. But the main thing that's holding you back here, I think, looks to be focus. Probably, I want to say. But going back to Astro Images, I do think, by the way, I'm just going to make double sure, because obviously there's a few more images I need to look at yet for the big catch-up that we're doing. We are nearly there, but there's too many to just like do before setting up my gear, so I'm just going to actually try to set up gear very slightly. Is your chat on top? Never mind, Whisper's comment came through. Got you. Yeah. Yeah, I am caught up. Thank you for that, Mike. Yeah, just give me one sec, guys. I need to push over my observatory roof. Let me just try to... Does the sky cam work for some reason? Or does it not? appears to be broken. Alright, all the same, yeah, I'll tell you what I can do. I'll do it this way. Oh no, I won't, it'll be all wrong. I'm going back and forth in my head. 2 seconds. Right. I'm here. Let's just momentarily boot up some other things. So I'm just firing up for a image session a moment. Looks like I'm 30 seconds or so behind. That's on my end, buddy, that. Yeah, sorry about that. So previously when I'd been streaming, I've been running things in low latency mode, and while that was like good for immediate interaction, what it meant that we couldn't do is enable live, it's like semi-live captioning for people who are hard of hearing. It turns out we've got a few people kind of in the community, so to help those folks out and enable live streamed closed captions, we needed to turn it off low latency mode onto just like normal latency mode, so that's what it was. Evening, Starlight Studio Astro, good to see you, mate. So the plan tonight, what I'm gonna have a go at, I think, I've got the Edge HD 11 at its native focal length, 2800 millimeters, with a full frame camera, one shot color, off-axis guiding's already set up and ready to go and everything. I might have a go maybe at a planetary nebula or something like that, unless someone can suggest something that they'd like desperately like to see. I'm almost tempted to have a go at the Cat's Eye Nebula, as I shot that recently with that same setup but with a mono rig instead, and like narrowband filters rather than just broadband. Steve, welcome aboard, mate. Welcome to Solar Supporter. Appreciate your support, Steve. Thank you for joining. But yeah, I'll just try and get us roughly set up with SharpCab for a moment, so we can take a look at a few mini live stacks if you want. And from that point, decide what we're going to do. Milkman, how's it going, mate? Good to see you. Good evening, Luke. Good evening to you too. Hope all is well. It is indeed. Hope the same for you. Caught your stream. I hope I didn't miss too much. I was out setting up my scope. Look towards the west. Whole bunch of clouds coming. Oh no. That's rough, dude. We've been live a while, Milkman. Not gonna lie. Yeah, we have been alive a little while. You know what, Mike? You have just mentioned something there. Just wasn't sure about the top chat. Yes, it was unfortunately set top chat rather than just live chat. I've just corrected that now, so hopefully I can see everybody's images. And I'm so sorry if I've missed someone's comments. Damn. That would be a result of the difference between just live chat and top chat, basically. Sorry about that, guys. Gonna fire up Nina on my my second rig. That's up and running. This is the ASCAR SQA 106. I decided to take that off the AM5 and instead now I'm running it on the second observatory pier because, quite frankly, it's heavy. and I don't want to be like carrying it in and out every night on the AM5 all set up and stuff. So I decided to park it in the observatory on its pier, and now I'm using the SQA 55 on the AM5, so that's mega overmounted now. But it makes more sense to do that because that's an actually portable telescope. Jim, good to see you, Jim. I'd like to see photos taken in daylight using narrowband filters. You can do a degree of like infrared pass imaging during the day, Mike. So on like the very brightest stars, you can sort of just about see them with an infrared pass filter. But like nothing meaningful is possible really during the day in terms of deep space stuff, unfortunately. You got your scope back in again, Milkman. That's fair enough, mate. M94 says Stephen. Hang on then, Stephen. Let me just fire up Stellarium for you, mate, and we'll take a little peek around. Why not? Let's just switch this bugger over to luminance before it trips me up. It's a pain in the arse having dark filter in slot 1. I wish I hadn't bothered doing that, you know. I wish I'd have put dark filter right the way around to slot 8. That would have made far more sense. Right. M94. Woohoo! Croc's Eye. Yeah. We could maybe take a look, Stephen. So that's the field of view we're dealing with. This is the Edge HD11 2800mm with a full frame camera. That's what that looks like. Worth a look if you want. If there's anything else in particular you'd like to see, Whirlpool Galaxy is really well placed, of course. That could be astonishingly detailed, I think, with the Edge HD. I've got it absolutely perfectly collimated as well. I took some time doing it. Let's see. Oof. Yeah, M63, that's my personal favourite Galaxy, but you know what I mean? I feel like maybe it's a bit done to death. That's why we're going to suggest a planetary nebula, something like that. Really lean into the fact that we're dealing with a giga-long focal length and do that kind of thing. So, Cat's Eye. Whoa, that's the Cat's Eye Galaxy. What we're doing? Oh my god, my typing accuracy is just through the floor tonight. Cat's Eye Neb. That's what we'd see there. Pretty nifty. Like I say, open suggestions anyway. It looks like we're just about enough in focus. That if I swap up the binning, we can use this for plate solving and such in SharpCap and run a couple of live stacks while we're deciding, basically. So, Stephen suggested M94. We will go to it and have a quick look for now. So go to Catalogue, Object, M94. Yeah. Let's let it run through that. Just going to connect the rest of my software up on the other rig. And we'll get that one underway as soon as we can. I was trying to image it's not the Splinter Galaxy. Cracky, what's his name? In fact, that could be an object we'll go after. I'll find its name for you real quick. I'm really scatterbrained tonight. I don't know what's wrong with me. NGC 5906. Hang on. this splinter galaxy. So I feel like that could be a good, you know, target to go after with the Edge HD as well. Hopefully we'll see loads with that kind of thing. That's unpacked. Good to see. So I will set this rig off on that immediately. 5906. Apologies for the lack of communication really while I'm getting set up. You can see we're not into astronomical darkness yet. That will come about 20 past 11, I want to say. 20 past 11 or so. We're running an LLL RGB loop on this thing. So let's just set it off and I can just forget about it, basically, on the other screen for a bit. Right, this should be aligned with M94 now. So we'll take a few 20-second subs. About 300 gain, we'll give that a go. Fire up guiding. And in fact, I'll tell you what, we'll go back to 5 seconds and I'll run an autofocus before we start. Obviously, that would be wise. I did say I was scatterbrained tonight and I weren't kidding. Right, let's let that run. Catch up with chat a little bit. Yeah, mate, it's just too heavy to be carrying in and out safely every night, especially given how lazy I am. I don't want to like break the rig down and put it back together every session, so it's either pick the whole thing up or not at all. So I've opted to just give it its own position in the obsi. Still small even with an 11-inch aperture. Yeah, that's with the full frame camera, of course. But yeah, NGC 5033 is a nice galaxy. Hang about then, Pete. I'll look that one up as well. Let me just find it, mate. Oops. 5033. Whoosh. The water bug. Yeah, it's a nice galaxy. Very irregular in its shape, innit? It really does look like one of those, you know what it actually reminds me of? Arachnophobia warning if you decide to Google this, but like I think it's called a cave scorpion or something. Kind of reminds me of a cave scorpion anyway. Cool galaxy though. Just tuned in. Love the mustache. Off to fight the Jerrys, are we? Thank you, mate. Yeah, the mustache is a bold choice. I'm glad you like it. That's made my evening, dude. Crikey. Isle of Wight Taekwondo. You're on an M101 as well tonight. Very nice. 2600 MC Pro with the Edge 8 HD and a 07 reducer. Good stuff. My son captured M94 the other night. Looks fantastic. That's awesome, mate. Glad to hear that one. Took a screenshot of your camera settings. Says DC. Well, this one on Sharp Cap DC. This one's set for the 6200. The Player One Zeus version, rather. But yeah, it's on it. Every image I look at from different sources, like it's the same plane, but it doesn't look like it's named. Weird. Just now finished 4 of the 6 panels of the mosaic you're working on. That's a big undertaking, mate. Started in the Ghost Nebula in Cepheus, just completed the Iris Nebula. Very nice. Definitely won't be googling that. That's fair enough. I did think to myself, shall I just bring up a picture of it on stream for people? But then I thought, that's not to like creep people out on stream, you know what I mean? Getting up on the dusty area I posted last time, 6 hours each panel. Oof. Respect, mate. Yeah, that's a hell of a project. Good stuff. Look like a 70s porn star. Yes, mate, I'll take that. Oh, good stuff. How is Felix's dad doing tonight? I'm alright, Corinne. Thank you very much indeed, mate. Yeah, having a good evening. Chilling out with people. I've been wanting to go live, to be honest, the past other couple of nights, but the skies have just been so garbage. I thought to myself, it's just going to be a big waste of time. Do you know what I mean? So I opted to leave it while tonight because the weather promised to be better, and it fortunately does look to be a bit better as well. So now then, I've just ran that autofocus and realised I may have tripped myself up slightly because I ran the whole thing at bin 3. What does it look like up close? It looks soft to me. Doesn't look quite like pinprick focus. I don't know whether that's the scope still cooling, you see. I'll tell you what, we're doing a momentary live stack, so we'll trust that it's going to be okay. We were going on M94, weren't we? And I think we already played solved to it. So let's get everything connected up. Slightly more exposure on that, good sir. Jeez, there's next to nothing, is there, in this guide field? Oh no, it looks a bit better now, actually. Right after I said it. Right, 20-second subs. We'll go 300 gain, 100 offset. Hot and cold pixels removed. Linear gradient removal. Because why not? Be rude not to, wouldn't it? It's live stack. See what we get for a few minutes. We will allow our full width half max. Be a bit more tolerant as well. Wanted to do number 5 tonight, but it's not on the cards. That's fair enough, Milkman. Yeah, like you say, if clouds are on the horizon, dude, it's just asking for trouble, innit? Practically. If you want to see, by the way, this is 5906 that we were just talking about, taken with the ASCAR 106. So this is the first luminous frame come through. Looks like guiding's a little bit squonky there. I'm not too sure about that, but anyway, regardless, that's what we're dealing with. It doesn't look too bad. Yeah, tolerable. I get the feeling my mean values are a bit low on this. 2-minute subs. I could go a lot longer, but I'll stay the course. I shan't mess around too much. I'm my own worst enemy with that, you know. I spend way too much time just like pissing around, for want of a better way of putting it, rather than just knuckling down and putting some integration time on. We're not aligned to that galaxy, are we? We would definitely be seeing it by now. Okie dokie. Let's go with these settings. See if we can. Let's see if we can find it. Go to catalog target. M94, you said. Please work. Advanced sequencer makes it harder to play around. Yeah. You're really pushing for that advanced sequencer, Mike. I'm wondering if there's a monetary incentive behind it. Are you sponsored by Advanced Sequencer? I am, of course, joking. Need to try Nina live stacking if I ever get a clear stretch nights. Indeed. I'm in the same boat, Mike, to be honest, mate. I could do with giving it a try, but it's just like sharp caps improving at such a rate. I'm finding it hard to make the argument to have a go, really, rather than just keeping going with this. You're fine with what you're doing, just pulling your leg. That's fair enough, Mike. Let's see how far off we are now. Waiting for mount to settle. That awkward pause. Oh, there we go. Good stuff. Let's see if it's actually found the target though this time. Otherwise, that's another embarrassing mishap, innit? If not. Hey, that looks a bit more promising. We can actually see a bloody galaxy. Yeah, we'll take that. Let's see what a little live stack of this thing looks like. Christ. I think I'm turning to petrified wood in this chair or something. I feel like an old battleship. What? Hang about. Let's shriek. Okay. Let's let a few frames stack up and see what's what. Probably very much in need of a focus, to be honest, but as we are just tooling about for the given moment, I tell you what, when I put this full frame camera back on this thing, the like f10 focal ratio means that there's quite a large depth of focus for things, and that includes, unfortunately, dust motes. So there were a couple of really faint dust motes that were just properly pissing me off, to be honest, on this thing. So I got to the point where I got so fed up by trying to blow them off and like failing, I disassembled the whole rig, and like 2 in the morning I'm there cleaning everything down with isopropyl alcohol. But it worked. We've got a perfectly clean sensor again. My fast next time he sends something your way, ask him to put in a few cans of iron brew. Oh mate, if the cargo wasn't so delicate, I would have risked it, you know what I mean? But yeah, iron brew, it's not bad. Let's just give this a little bit of a stretch-a-rooney. Right, what we're dealing with here. Let's zoom in a touch. 75%. Oh, look at that. We can already see some like texture to the core of the galaxy. We're just looking at 2 minutes. Live stacked. 20-second subs. Damn. Nifty. We'll leave that running for a couple of minutes while I take a look at a few more images on Discord. This thing's chugging away merrily just over there, so that's it's nice to see. It looks like the V-curve is pretty darn robust on the other rig there. That's nice to see. Iron brew for the win. Yes. Pavel. Evening all. Glad to see. Glad to see you all. Hey, glad to see you too, Pavel. Thank you for coming and joining in, buddy. Appreciate it. Isla White Taekwondo live. Tried to image the Ring Nebula last night with the Edge 8 and an L Extreme filter. Okay, 180-second subs blew it out completely. 30-second subs meant star detection was rough. Any advice? More gain, potentially, mate. I mean, more gain at that 30-second mark might do the job for you, but you got to be careful with just how much you apply, otherwise you're going to chase your tail, you know what I mean, and start blowing everything out again. Yeah, that's probably what I'd do. We appear to be having a bit of a stream fart, so not sure. SVT Skies. Is that link like borked, mate, or is it actually working? That is a fresh one from today. Ironbrew ups the wife approval factor when buying extra stuff. Oh, she likes it then. That's good to hear. So it's still working for you then, Brian. That's good to know, mate. Just my software sometimes plays silly beggars with us. Ian Bark says, Luke, I have a problem. Just recently doing live stacking in SharpCap, it will accept the first image then but reject every other image. Do you have any idea what this could be? I fear it could be guided. There would probably be some indications for you. So, is your frame rate too fast? Is it unable to keep up with like the pace that the frames are coming in? So you can see these frames are each taking 10.5 seconds to stack as they come in, because I've got a few options enabled. I've got linear gradient removal, hot and cold pixel removal, and it's full frame, you know, data, so it's massive as well. So, you know, check that. This one stacked a bit faster though, didn't it? Other than that, star detection is probably what I'd be looking at. So on alignment right here, you can see star detection status. Have a look at how many's getting detected in your stack. If it's too few, like, you know, if it's seen 20 stars or less, that's probably too few. You may need to up your sensitivity, increase your noise reduction very slightly. Optimize for faint stars. That's not ticked by default. I think you might need to go for that. But yeah, that could be worth a little look at. Your alignment will tell you a bit of a tale there, or it should do. Let's just give this a bit more of a stretch. Right, tell you what, I need the loo, so I'm just going to be back in a moment, chaps, and then we'll do a little bit more image rating. And while we await astronomical darkness, we'll let this live stack a little bit longer too. It's only got like 4.2 minutes. No, 4 minutes 20 seconds rather. Happy 420. Back in a minute. Right, I'm back. Would a HA mod for a Canon 450D be worth it? I would say if it's your only option, it might be worth it, but probably not. I mean, most HA mods are going to run you, I don't know, if you're in Europe, probably I'm going to guess somewhere in the region of 60, 70 euros or something like that. That's getting on towards like half the value of the camera or more. In which case you may just be better off just saving up a bit and looking at an Astro camera potentially, which is going to have so much less noise than a 450. That would be my advice. So the Discord link was working for you. That's good to know, mate. Preferable in the EU for Pavel. Okay, so we've got a couple here in the UK, but I don't know if they accept like overseas orders, like imported to them and then exported back to you. Oh yeah. Let me just see. Just imaging with the new 70 PDQ. Nice, Jim. Good stuff, mate. I hope you're enjoying yourself. The Tarbug Man. Swedish season is pretty much over. Autumn is nebula season. How much difference is there really between one shot color with HA03 and HA02 sulfur 2 and oxygen 3 filters? And proper mono with narrowband filters. Right, that is a whole ass can of worms right there. I'll give you this, the Tarbug Man. I have and use both mono and one shot color rigs like extensively. And I will say that the difference is notable, of course, between true narrowband data and let's say dual band data, which I prefer over those doubled up filters like the Asgard D1, D2. I don't actually even really like those that much. There is a notable difference, but it's not enough of a difference to most of the time entice me away from one shot color. I prefer the simplicity of one shot color. It feels more minimalist in its approach, which I appreciate. Both, by the way. Anyway, the real like brass tacks of it is that both are going to be able to get you images that are astonishingly pretty if you can do the rest of the work. It's very unlikely that the camera technology that you're using, if you've got an up-to-date camera, be it mono or one shot color, is going to be the determinant factor between you winning an A-pod or not. Do you know what I mean? It's all the other stuff. It's the meat between the chair and the screen. It's going to make the biggest difference, and your software that you've got to. That's my take on it, Tarbug Man. Full spectrum mod in the Netherlands is at least €250. What? My goodness, mate! You need to like train in it and fire up an Astro modding shop, dude. That's free money, surely. Hey, we can just see an indication of the outer edges right there of the croc's eye coming in. I don't know if you guys can make that out. I'll have to stretch a bit more aggressively, perhaps, to show you that. No imaging for you, Corinne, until you get set up in Barbados next month. Hey, good luck again, by the way, Corinne, for your journey back to Barbados, dude. I really wish you all the best with that. Right, let's crack on with a few image ratings, and then we'll come back and choose something else to go after for a bit. So we were up to SVI Shag Nebula 36 5-minute subs, ball 3, Ascar Frath 500, 26 from MC, no filters. Damn. Yeah, that's nice. That's very, very nice indeed. Not over processed or anything really. The only thing I feel about this image, like the colour of the dust is wonderful, by the way. Star colours could stand perhaps a touch more saturation. So star colours up a little bit in terms of saturation applied to those. And the background, where you can see it, I know it's bloody hard to find proper background in a shot like this, but like this patch here, for example, looks to be a little bit of a hole through into space. Could stand just being fractionally darker for my personal taste, but yeah, it's just a technically very sound image. It looks absolutely wonderful. Well done. The only other thing perhaps you could do would be when stretching this thing. Just peel back on those highlights a little bit for the stars. If you know, if you're using generalized hyperbolic stretch. Yeah, really, 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 really pretty image. Thanks for the answer. No problem. No problem at all. Sticking to your Altair HA03 and S203 A2600MC for now. Yeah, I appreciate that, mate. I would say, Tabbookman, have you tried just one, like, really high quality HA03 filter? That would be my personal route forwards, as I feel like dividing your limited integration time between two filters of that type might actually not be the best spend of your time. That's just my gut feeling on it. I know it does give you access to another discrete channel, but is the juice worth the squeeze? Yeah, it's worth thinking anyway. Worth thinking about. Luke, are you often shooting with two rigs at the same time? I am indeed. Yeah, doing it right now. I'm considering getting a second rig, but I'm worried it might make me lose the joy and be a bit more like a factory. What should I take? Very interesting question that you asked there, mate. So last night, conditions, like I said, were pretty poor. They were good enough that I could test things and set up. It got to the point, though, where I thought, there's no way am I setting up two more rigs. Because, like, oftentimes I'll run three. And I just focused my time instead on one. And I felt a bit better for it. So consider that. Yeah. Having access to two rigs is very nice, but it's a bit of a curse as well as a blessing, because that means 2 times as many problems. Potentially, anyway. The reason I ask about the Astro mod, I've got a 7D Mark II. I plan to use it only in autumn and spring. Ah, okay. Yeah, well, the 7D Mark II, I think that's actually quite a nice camera, if memory's serving. Yeah, it might be worth the spend to get that done. It's another interesting question, Pavel. For like reference, I do have a Canon 700D that's Astro modded with the Barda modification, so it can actually still be used during daytime as well with just a custom white balance. It's really easy to set up, and it's well worth it for that. You know what I mean? It allows you to capture things in terms of nebulae that otherwise would be just a waste of time. You know, emission nebulae with an unmodified DSLR are a pain in the ass, but with the mod it makes them suddenly doable. So if that's what you're hoping that you would achieve, I think you would get it. But it won't like make your galaxy images any better, it won't make your reflection nebula images any better, that kind of thing. So if what you're talking about is you want to shoot in the autumn loads of emission nebulae targets, then yeah, go for it, I would say. Scope hut astrophotography, M81, M82 from Baltic Skies in my backyard scope hut. RAF 500, 2600, MM Pro, AM5N, 34 hours of data. So there's quite a lot of color bias issue on this image. So the background is biased very slightly towards green, very slightly. It's nearly neutral, but the galaxies themselves are made of 2 colors, purple and green, which is really odd. Do you know what I mean? I think to say the least. So your background extraction looks pretty complete, as in there's no major gradients to speak of, nothing really noteworthy. For 34 hours in your skies, though, I would expect there to be loads of integrated flux nebula to pick up around here with a deeper stretch. But the biggest issue for me is getting these colours in check. Of course, they are currently completely wrong. So whatever processing software you're using, you need to be looking at photometric colour calibration, most likely, to get your star colours in line first and then go from there. Because if you'll note, stars are doing the same thing, like they're broken up into purple stars over here and then like greenish ones. So that's the biggest issue with this. for me. The amount of sharpening you've applied is right on the verge. It's still okay, but a deeper stretch and work on those colours is what's needed on that image, mate. So thank you for the submission. All the same, the Altair filter is a 4nm, so quality isn't the issue, but I do struggle with the O3 Sulfur 2, but that's just the universe for you. That's fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't mean to imply that your current filters are bad quality or anything like that. I just meant to imply that is the additional data offered by time spent imaging with that Oxygen 3 Sulfur 2 filter worth the while over just more time spent gathering HA03 and then, you know, going with the traditional dual narrowband processing workflow, which can get you some really, you know, convincing images, I think. It's entirely up to you. Whatever makes you happy is, of course, what you should do. But it's just a question, in the most innocent sense. 2 rigs are great if one of them is pretty stable. Yeah, that's a fair point, Mike. 2 problematic rigs is just too much. Yeah, get 1 rig running stable, like Mike's just alluded to there. If you've got 1 stable rig, you've got some time to spare on 1, you know, pain in the arse rig kind of thing. Is it likely the combined R and B channels? Unsure, to be honest, mate. What went wrong on that one? Yeah, I'm struggling as to figuring out what could have happened there. But yeah, C-Star S50 Eskimo Nebula, 250mm focal length, and he's managed to capture some details on the Eskimo Nebula. Absolutely potty. Take my upvote, good sir. NGC 4631 Whale Galaxy now. C-Star S50, 28 hours from Astro Kev. 20-second subs, bottle 5, east of England, UK. Pixing sight ×4 drizzling. BlurXTerminator, NoiseXTerminator. DSE. I'll show what process that is. After your good advice, Luke, redone generalized hyperbolic stretch black point so as to not clip data. Masked the galaxy after StarXTerminator and increased the saturation. Damn, mate, yeah, nice. There's tons of detail in that. There's like slight pitting, top and bottom of it, but we're looking at C-Star data that's been drizzled. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to be too harsh on it because I know that the scope isn't optically like perfect itself, so you are always going to have stuff to deal with. Massively impressed, to be honest, mate. The amount of detail you've pulled out from a bloody C-Star there is commendable. So well done. Very nice camera indeed. Thanks for the advice. Plan to upgrade mount and telescope in the future, so the camera will be your last one. Ah, cool, mate. Yeah, I mean, if you use it still for terrestrial photography in any way, shape, or form, then it is worth going for the Barda modification, which will ensure you're still able to perform autofocus properly with a lens attached, and then you can just re-white balance using a manual white balance on things. Oh. What was that blink on my stream? My streaming software is absolutely balked, guys. Just oh god, is it worth risking a refresh? This is the thing with this thing. I never know whether it's gonna break it or not if I just try to refresh the page. Look, if I lose you guys, I will go back live again. Just hopefully it should work. Looks like even refresh ain't working now, it's just crashed. Ah, crap. Just seeing, finally successfully refreshed it. It says Milkman's saying stream is good. Okay, fair enough, guys. So at least it is still apparently working. Goodness knows what the heck is going on when it does that kind of thing, though. I've no idea, you know, like whether it's working properly or not. So thank you for that, for letting me know it's good for you. So Richard's Astrophotography, M81 Bodes, 14 hours RGB, taken with 533, bottle 5 over 3 nights. Nice. Oh, and an ADT 130 from Altair Astro. Got ya. 2 layers to use calibration frames. I like to keep this hobby as uncomplicated as possible. Now, hang on. You like to keep it uncomplicated, but then you go ahead and use a mono camera, dude. I'm not sure about this. All jokes aside, though, yeah. A nice, pretty image. Biased very slightly towards purple. And it's in the background, too, so I'm assuming it's a monitor calibration thing. That's, you know, makes it undetectable on your end. But of the images that you've shared that I've looked at tonight, Richard's astrophotography, this is your best one so far. I think this is the favourite of them all. So well done on that. The things I like about it is, you know, it appears to be free of gradients. Basically, the background is slightly biased, like I said, as is all the image, just slightly like a purple tone. But star colours, shapes, sizes are good. The details in the galaxy don't look forced or anything, and the amount of colour in the galaxy is nice too. You could just do with that slight drop back away from purple, but yeah, beautiful stuff. It pinged because you got a new subscriber. I saw the pop-up. Ah, thank you for that, mate. Yeah, good to know. Well, welcome aboard, new subscriber then. Stoic Yako, Whale Galaxy first light on a C11. Woo. Edge HD as well, no less. 0.7 times reducer. 2600 MC Duo mounted on the AM5N. 60 1-minute subs bin 2. Okay. That's fair enough. I assume because of mirror flop, so I stopped earlier. So if you do see this, Yako, one thing you must ensure when performing an autofocus with an Edge HD, like if you're using it with an EAF or something, I can see you don't have an autofocuser attached to this, but your mirror locks, I tend to run with them unlocked, of course, so I can safely autofocus. But always finish with a counterclockwise movement. That'll push your mirror against the threads and against gravity and lock it in place. Oh, crikey. Stephen, that's so kind of you, mate. Thank you very much indeed for that, good sir. That's really, really nice of you, Stephen. Thank you very much for your support there, bud. Massively appreciate it. Massively, massively appreciate it. Now comes my headache of the last 3 weeks. Oh, I'm getting to your image next, mate. Am I? But yeah, before I go off the subject, always finish counterclockwise movement, whether autofocusing or doing it manually. On an Edge HD, that kind of thing, or any SCT, generally speaking. That'll ensure that you're protected against flop. Nice shot though, overall. So there's a slight purple bias to the background that I'm detecting, but your star shapes and colours, very pretty. I don't mind the amount of processing you've applied to the galaxy. It looks like you've used a mask at some point that could have done with just a touch more feathering. But I'm being, you know, quite nitpicky on your first image. Really nice new scope. So well done, and I can't wait to see what your next image is. Nice. Yeah. 8th image, my nemesis. The squid. Okay, learn a lot from this. Number 1, know your place. You're still a total beginner. Okay. There are things that actually would really benefit from a mono setup, and gathering 803 separately and more efficiently would be nice. Do not have the patience for such committed long-term projects for now. Too many things to explore, too many things to still capture. I really love the fact that you've added some like reflections to this, mate. That's really cool. 828 3-minute subs. So I would argue that you definitely do have the patience. It's just this is an incredibly difficult target to do. Because that's, you know, that's a massive effort going for that. Oh, crikey. Pork roast. Coming in with a $10 donation. That's really kind of you, mate. Hey Luke, new viewer here. Welcome aboard. I found you via your one-shot color Hubble video. I used your workflow and it changed everything for me. That's super. My rosette results are posted to your Discord. Thanks again. Worth the tip. Oh, mate. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. That's really, really nice of you. So much wonderful support tonight, guys. I very much appreciate it. Really, really, I do. You're the best. What a community. How do you figure out counterclockwise with an EAF/Nina AF on the edge? It's I think the best way to do this is just check for you, to be honest, rather than risk giving you misinformation, Mike. How I did it anyway, how I initially determined it, is just sent a long focus and movement command to the EAF, walked out in the observatory and observed which direction it settled. Do you know what I mean? So that helped me determine, in my case, which way around it is, because I know you can reverse output in your EAF driver. So we're done with this live stack anyway. This is a 15-minute live stack. I'll just leave it at that. It's been rejecting tons of frames now, so it's likely needing a refocus. But anyway, we've had a bit of fun with that. I'll just close down Nina now. And we'll actually fire up this before we get to FATU's image. As I realise I am actually now burning very limited night sky time. So let's just connect things up, and at the same time I'll answer Mike's question as well. So options, autofocus. So this is with an EAF mic with, let me just double check that I haven't got a reversed output or anything like that, mate. So an Oasis focuser rather. So it's not reversed. Out direction is what it takes to move it counterclockwise. I guess the key thing is, anyway, mate, just make a big focus movement, observe what direction it actually settles, and they'll tell you. But yeah, it needs to be counterclockwise always on an SCT. Make sure it, whatever movement it last made, it always finishes counterclockwise. With actually a much larger movement than your backlash really is on your focuser too. It needs to be there's like a fluid element to the focuser based on the fact that it is greased along its spline. So you'll start to see a movement and you'll think, great, that's it. But if you left it, let's say with just a clockwise movement, it would then settle against the float of grease. You know, the weight of the primary mirror being pulled down by gravity would displace the grease on the spline, you know, on the threads that it sits in. And then you'd introduce a tiny amount of tilt by doing that. But if you always go, you know, opposite, you're pushing it against that grease anyway, it worms its way up, and it ensures like a metal to metal connection as best as possible. Maximum repeatability. Big roundabout way of saying just make sure it's finishing in that direction, please. So sorry that took so long to say. Yeah. Right, everything's set up on this thing. We are good to go. I'm going to go for the target that I previously talked about, by the way. NGC 5906. Because why the heck not? We'll go 5-minute subs. Slew to start guiding, autofocus on start and every degree. Crikey, I've missed some time, man. Look at that. Bang. Let's just observe this for a moment and make sure it does go off without a hitch, with any luck. I think you should refresh the Discord link. Okie dokie. I'll get you a fresh one then, chaps. Just bear with me 1 second. Right. Invite people. Link will never expire. Yeah, that's okay. Generate a new link. Make sure it's bloody copied. Ends in EN, this one. Yep, that's correct. Okie dokie. There's a fresh link for you chaps. Thank you again, by the way. Everybody who's given support tonight as well. It really is very, very kind of you. Bond, by the way, Mike Bond. Hey Luke, imaging tonight on the Isle of Man. Good stuff. Glad to hear it, mate. M106 you're going after, eh? James Bonza, hello from cloudy Iowa, USA. Hello there, James. Pleasure to have you here, good sir. I'm struggling a bit with a dry throat, though, I will say that. Right. Hopefully that new link is okay for you. Thanks for the tip on focusing on the C11. Do you mean to go out of focus by rotating clockwise, then come back to focus by finishing counterclockwise? That is exactly it. Yeah, you've got it spot on there, James. So always make sure that your final focus and move when you're approaching focus is done with counterclockwise movements. So that means when you're doing, eventually I'm assuming you're gonna fit an autofocus or something to your scope. You need to make sure that your final movement direction, as in backlash compensation, is going in the correct direction. Like I just said to Mike, the best way to do it is just send a focus command with no backlash compensation and just observe which direction it's moving, and you'll determine then whether it's an in or an out that you need. But most focuses are the same, and it probably will always be that outwards movement. But anyway, I've been teasing you too long with this fatty, so let's have a good look at it, mate. I'm just trying to get myself comfortable in this chair. I'm in great pain. Oh. Right. Okay. So, there's a lot to digest. Your HA region is beautiful. It appears to have, a lot of structure to it, as in there's enough structure to also imply shape beyond what's just obviously there. It feels like a large cavity of it almost that we're viewing from the side. There is a background gradient. So like the top right is pitch black, the bottom left is like purple almost, and the bottom right down here is actually blue as well. So there is still some remnant gradients left over in the image. So work to try and flatten those out, I think, would be worth the time spent. Your colour of your stars is nice, I think, given what you're working with. It's a very challenging target. Welcome aboard, by the way, Surge. That's really cool. Thank you for joining my channel membership system. So while I'm happy with your work on the HA part of things, the squid, it looks a bit painted. Do you know what I mean? It almost looks like it's been like painted in. How that's occurred, I don't know, but to my eye, it like there's even a darkened edge kind of thing around it where it's like a sticker that's partly peeled up. I don't know. I feel like that. If you had to do that to bring it out so far, I would settle for it actually being more recessed on the image, just personally speaking. Let me just say this, by the way, as well. It's a beautiful image. Don't let what I am saying take away from that in any way. So please don't take on board like I'm trying to rip your image to bits or anything. I'm trying to offer you the most constructive feedback I can. I would personally, my own taste would say that I'd settle for this being a less prominent feature rather than being artificially prominent. That's my take on things, but it is still a very nice shot, and I hope you feel like that's fair feedback for you. Oh, Mike, with $20. Thank you for the advice on focus on the edge. Crikey, Mike. You're more than welcome, mate. Blimey, that's really kind of you. You've all been so kind tonight, guys. Thank you very much indeed. These nappies aren't cheap, but you're making them tolerable. Genuinely, all jokes aside, it means a lot that you'd reach into your pocket and offer support like that directly to me. It really, really does. The Lucas PG is saying, Luke, if you had an ASI 2600MC and a 700mm scope, would you go with the second 2600MC or a 250mm scope and crop, dither and drizzle to your liking? Or go with the 585 without crop if quality imaging? So you're asking what camera I'd go with on a second rig if you've got a 700mm scope and a 250mm scope. The 2600 is beautiful, I would say, but I feel like the 585 would be the better spend at the minute, as it's a less significant investment, obviously, but it actually offers you something different rather than more of what you already have. A finer sampling ratio, basically, when you want it, and access to an extended infrared sensitivity as well, if you want it also. So you may find yourself at some point hankering after some, infrared based lunar imaging or whatever it happens to be. You can do that properly with a 585. So yeah, have a think about that maybe. Do you just want more of what you have, or something totally different to play around with? I feel like the 585 MC Pro would be my choice in that situation. I'm bad in Photoshop and masking. Got you, mate. So it was masked, and it's really useful that you're here to talk about this as well, like I say. So I don't know, does anybody feel like I'm going off piste with my feedback on these things? Because like I said, it's a very pretty image, don't get me wrong, and I know it's a nominally challenging target. So I can appreciate the struggle. I just feel like, for me, the rest of it looks rich and natural, but this part looks like pasted on top. So I would have settled for that being lesser, but looking more natural. Or the minicam with filters. Well, that's something totally different again, Mike, I suppose. Yeah, that is a consideration for your Lucas. Do you have any interest in doing mono? Because if so, there's some bloody convincing options out there now. Basically. I asked for harsh feedback, as always. I really respect it, mate. Yeah, I do. And I appreciate, like I say, that you're willing to put yourself forth for that type of feedback, Fatu. So, yeah, I tip my hat to you, sir. Not everybody's down for that kind of thing, you know what I mean? But it's a major advantage for you that you are, because you'll be able to learn really, really, really fast, do you know what I mean? SQA55 2600 MC, and this is M101, of course. 13 and nearly 14 hours from Bottle 7 Skies. I really need a bigger telescope for the next Galaxy season. I appreciate that, mate, yeah. If you dithered a lot during that capture, you could drizzle this up if you wanted some more resolution. Because I know that SQA55 can do the business with regards to detail. So the Galaxy is predominantly blue on this course. It's going to be very hard to get any real colour resolution on it when it's as small as it is in this field of view. And the background is just a touch too dark for my tastes. But it does appear to be basically free of gradients, which is a plus. And I don't think it's actually crushed either, the background black point, but it's close. It's like right in the line. So for me, I think you've got enough data there with like high quality gear. Assuming your stacking computer won't explode when you ask it to like 2 times drizzle this data or something, I think give it a restack, mate, to be honest, because there's probably more in there if that's what you did. It would be a shame to put like nearly 14 hours of effort into something and then just leave it without at least a try. So that would be what I'd go for. But I think given what you've had to work with here, you've done a decent job. The O3 data is so faint, and with one-shot color it's impossible. 4 times the time would bring out the texture in squid, but 40 hours is just not enough for that. Got you, yeah. It's a beautiful image, but like you said, it looks kind of pasted in. I thought the same thing when I saw it. Oh, that's fair enough then, yeah. So this image looks kind of unreal to me, yeah. Okay, so it's like the same. It looks like I'm not off base, is what I'm getting at. I'm just looking for a reality check sometimes when I ask, like, am I crazy if I'm thinking this about an image? Yeah. Good to know. Color, I like the convenience, and too much for a noob for mono. Don't look at it that way, Lucas. No. I can fully appreciate you wanting to go for color. Absolutely. Welcome back, Brody. Hope you had a safe journey home, buddy. Black point is still 0% clipping. I drizzled it, but I read somewhere that it should be resampled after BXT. We'll reprocess. Okay. Yeah, so this was drizzled then. Alright, so yeah, I can see it's not clipped. It does look close though, like it's on the blimmin' verge of being clipped. Too black anyway. I think. But still, a nice shot. Brian the Primate. My version of M101, taking over 3 different nights, different sky conditions, but no moon. 8.5 hours. LRGB HA, 65 PHQ, 2600 mm Pro, mildly cropped. So, Brian is imaging, with a reasonably similar rig right there. So you can see he's managed to get a bit more going on overall in terms of like the shape of the galaxy. I don't know if he's drizzled this up or if this is native reproduction, but it would be worth. I really think it would be worth having another stack at the data that we were just talking about right there. I'm convinced there's more. You know what I mean? There's more to be had from it. Like I say, looking at Brian's image here, which is strikingly similar equipment. Image background and some red gradients to it. I'll try to get on with Brian's image anyway now. I realise I'm talking absolute shite at this point. I tried to work out using a mask, but I think I'll let the blue bias creep in. Okay. See the star at the bottom right. Not sure what causes that. Something on my day or something in post. Okay. That kind of fringe, is that what you mean in Brian? I don't think there's anything to really be too worried about, to be honest, mate. I see what you mean, and I appreciate like the honesty behind the mention of it. But I wouldn't lose any sleep over it. Looks like the rest of like what you've achieved is really nice. There is a slight purple bias to the background, of course, and the galaxy itself. It's like a haze over the whole image. But you've came really bloody close to like a fully successful edit of this thing, I'd say. Star color's nice, shapes are nice. None of them look really like burned. There is only just 1 or 2 stars that's on the verge, really. Most of them are kept pretty darn in line. Rear gradients. Yeah, there's a lot to like, Brian. There's a lot to like. It's more the colour. That slight bias towards purple that I'm seeing on my end. Might have crept in when you're adding that HA channel. I don't know. It is hard to determine what exactly caused it, but yeah, nice work, basically, mate. I think if you want some feedback on why I'd work on it personally, we're trying to get it more towards blue than kind of purple. Perhaps even just try to like finish your edit without that HA data, and see what that looks like first. Drizzled. I got you, Brian. Thank you for letting us know. We'll work on the purplish thing. Only if you see it on your end, mate. I mean, if it looks perfect on your monitor, bud, just disregard my wafflings. Do you know what I mean? It's all just down to what looks good for you. Good stuff. Thank you for your submission, by the way, Brian. And now I know you're here. It's yeah, it's good of you to take the time to share your work and be open to, you know, critique. It helps everybody, me included. Thanks again, Luke. Live stream was educational as always, but off to bed now. Going up to North tomorrow to the Isle of Arran Music Festival. Enjoy yourself, Ian. Good on you, mate. Yeah, good stuff. Whisper, 2.5 hours of 30-second subs from Ball 8. A low-end 600mm refractor, AZ GTI, SV220 narrowband filter processing, PixInsight, Cyril, Photoshop, and Graxpert. Why stop there? Why not like processing GIMP as well and stuff like that? I think too much moving around could be detrimental. Right. Now, as you've said, you're dealing with a low-end doublet achromat, so you are going to see some squonkiness with stars, of course, but it looks a bit soft. I feel like, do you know what I mean? You've done a good job of reducing the noise that was no doubt prominent in the image at some point, but it could have been too destructive in whatever method you've used to apply that noise reduction to the image, as it's also knocked off any kind of finer details present in the shot. So I think the main thing to do with that is go a bit easier on whatever you've used to apply noise reduction. Really dial it back like 3 steps. That's what I would say. But I appreciate the time and the effort. Like I say, I do. I was aiming for the blue, but yeah, the purple came out. I got you, Brian. Yeah, you were trying for that, and yeah, I've been there before, but 100%. Thank you for the critique. No problem at all, buddy. No problem at all. Thanks for the feedback, Luke. Off to bed now. Have a great night. You too, buddy. Thank you for submissions. Appreciate it. Jason Whitener captured a Starfront Redcat 51 533mm, 3 hours of 5-minute RGB subs. Whew. Well, there's lots to see. It looks a little bit compressed, unfortunately. This one might have been a JPEG or something. Background is biased towards green, definitely, on this one. So that's a bit of a point, but yeah, I mean, other than that, if it weren't compressed, I really do get the feeling that would be lovely and impressive. Klaus, captured with Star Instruments RC10C, Richard Chrétien. QSI, wow, 660. I want to say blast from the past a little bit. That 694, well respected sensor though. Located at EI's Regional de la Sierra, Spain. Total of 28 hours of exposure was collected using Astrodon LRGB filters, processed in PixInsight and Photoshop. Okay. So there's a lot of model to the background, of course, and it's almost a textured model, in that it's apparent in peaks and troughs, like little islands. If you like, you know, I can mouse around the edge of them on my monitor easy. I could trace the whole thing like a maze if you want. I don't know if that's a monitor calibration difference between your monitor, Klaus, and mine here. That's you know, meant that background is so observable for me. Loads of detail in the galaxy, and an absolutely phenomenal choice of target, I have to say. Massive commendation on that one. I'm trying to think where I would come at from this one. I feel like your work on the galaxy itself is actually not really bad at all. It's more this background that could stand a revisit for me. yeah, that's what I would say. If you're going to work on anything on this, again, it would have to be to try and lessen the amount of stretch that's getting applied to particularly the void areas of the background, to lessen that effect of the like noise model that's getting brought forth by the depth of the stretch that you've applied. I'm confident that's something you can wrestle with. But yeah, Steve, how's it going, mate? Hey, mate. Yeah. Oh, mate, good to see you. Christoph, literally yesterday I was thinking about when you'll have a live again. That's cool. I even wanted to post a picture of my work, but somehow I forgot. Now I'll wait until the stream end. I don't want to add to your work. That's very, very considerate of you, Christoph. It's always a few more minutes of sleep next time, mate. Appreciate that, bud. I'm just going to take a quick moment here and just check in on my... whoops. There we are. So we've got 5-minute subs coming in. It appears to have successfully auto-focused, and these look... what are we saying? Look not bad. I think we're experiencing some pretty shit seeing, to be honest, tonight. It's not good. It's unsurprising given how warm it's been, and then that rapid change, to nighttime temperatures. It'd be mad if we weren't observing bad seeing, wouldn't it? But this vignette looks more pronounced than it is as well. I feel like this is a moment we could talk about. So you see these vignette pattern looks quite strong, doesn't it? But if we mouse around, you can see we're seeing about 1200 mean value down there versus 1390, 1400. So it's only 10% vignette or something from there to there. Really ain't that much. A little bit more than 10%, but you know what I mean. I am just going to check that my scope fan is running, because I almost feel like we might be seeing tube currents at play here. So I'm just going to listen in the observatory at the moment. Yeah, it's absolutely terrible. I've just been looking at a few bright stars there while I were outside. The fan is on, so it's not tube currents. But the stars are scintillating like crazy. Oh well. Got 18 47 second subs and the clouds rolled in. Oh no. That's so rough, dude. Bought a Play 1 Uranus, gonna try out tonight. Oh nice, Steve. I think you're gonna like it, mate. Yeah, absolutely. Down here, outskirts of Bristol, skies are perfect. Are they, Matt? Crikey. I mean, it's clear, but the seeing is not good. But we'll keep chugging away, you know what I mean? Have a little play around. Yeah, we were looking at Klaus Barth's image there. Again, I really do appreciate the time and effort and willingness to put your images forth for critique, and that goes to everybody. None of this would be possible. None of these learning opportunities would be possible without that. So you guys make this whole thing work. Thank you. It is appreciated. This one's from Brody. Hamburger in space. Pointing my new telescope towards the NGC 3628 Hamburger Galaxy. Every night for 4 nights, collected 8.8 hours of data to create this image. Nice. So it's a 8-inch Edge HD. Nikon D5300. Quite a short guide scope, I will say. So guiding is going to be a challenge on a long focal length instrument like that with such a short focal length guide scope. 1 minute subs, ISO 1600. Okay. Nina, PhD, Cyrillic, Cyril, Graxpert, and Gimp. Okay, so we are observing, I think, some evidence of Brody having trouble with guide error on this. As you can see, there's a left-right elongation on this. It's not just like your standard eccentricity that you might observe as a result of collimation error or something like that. It looks like his collimation is probably spot on, as the stars are evenly spread over that. So I am strongly assuming that's guide error that we're observing. But that aside, I'm not going to dwell on it because Brody's actually done a really nice job with the data that he's got here. So black point, nice and accurate. Background extraction, spot on. It looks flat. The only thing I would perhaps have liked to have seen is a faint indication right here of this kind of tail coming off the hamburger, that tidal stream. I feel like you might have been able to capture it, you know, Brody, like fetch it out a little bit more as part of the processing. Don't know if you're here still watching, bud. But your colouring, your work on colouring the galaxy is top notch. I think you've done a really wonderful job there. So, yeah, strong effort. Very strong effort. Well done. I think that, you know, far be it from me, it's none of my business to tell you what to spend your money on. I feel like, though, if I was in your shoes, I'll say it this way, the next thing I'd buy would be either a longer focal length guide scope, say like 250 rather than that 120, like that's probably is. It's 30mm f4, I imagine. Or an off-axis guider, if you're like cemented on the fact you want to image with the Edge HD all the time. And look at that. Although I will say off-axis guiding might be hard with the 120. Probably better off with a discrete guide scope, something like an Evo Guide 250 or similar. But that should help you with that slight guide error that you've experienced. Uploading a raw stack if you want to check it out. Oh, that's cool, Brody. Submitted an image of the Iris Nebula, a rough edit. What I've got from 2 nights so far out of 5 nights planned, says Matt Bryant. Thank you for your submission there, Matt. I'm going to keep going until I'm at the top of this, then I really have to stop. Otherwise, you know, this could end up going on a really silly amount of time. Like we're 4 hours deep at the minute. I'm feeling bad leaving Chloe with Felix so long, having to do all the work, you know what I mean? Big John 1268 M42 got a top pick nomination with this one. Oh, very nice, John. Yeah, it's a lovely smooth image, natural coloration. Overall, I feel like the only thing I can offer you on this in terms of feedback, because technically it's really nice, it just looks so natural, would be the background looks very slightly green tinted to me. So I don't know if you'll see this, Big John, but that would be what I'd work on. Star shape, size, color, etc. Spot on. The amount of detail in like the image that you've captured, the amount of processing work you've applied to the nebula, spot on. There's no advice to be offered. Do you know what I mean? It's lovely. It's more just this slightly greened background. To try to, I'll tell you what, we can just try put my comments where my mouth is. And just show you momentarily. I feel like this might actually be worth a quick look. So this is a really beautiful image. I'm not trying to say I'd do it better or anything silly like that. I'm just trying to help where possible. So I'm taking a snip of this, so it's not going to be perfect, obviously. I'll load it now into PixInsight. And my throat will seize up entirely and I'll perish live on stream. Crikey. Nope, not that one. Did I save it? Did I forget? Attempt number 2. Right, let's open up big. Okay, we'll take that as a snip. Save. Yes. That saved. That was definitely successful. I saw the file appear that time. Right. Pixie sight. Boom. Let's open up. I'll make a clone. Keep these two side by side. And if we just try like the mouse around thing with curves on. Actually, it looks fairly balanced at that, doesn't it? We'll try, however, anyway. SCNR. Reasonable application of it. There we go. So, can you detect the difference side by side between these two? Now, if I show you this way. So, I think it's particularly notable, like here, in this region of the image. So on my screen, to my eye, that looks green tinted. That looks like neutral now. As a result, it's very, 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 very minor. And I feel like I need to accentuate that point by saying it truly is minor. But that's why I'm giving him feedback, because he's clearly mega proficient with processing, as is. So it's only going to be little bits in it here and there that I could ever possibly offer, if anything. Just allow me to fire up Discord again. Hopefully you can see what I was talking about there on the stream. Have some scotch, dear sir. Might not be a bad shout, to be honest, mate. I'll tell you what, though, as much as I'd like a bit of scotch, I think I'd end up red hot. I don't know about if you guys are the same, but if you have a beer or something when it's already hot, you just feel like I'm completely just about to combust. It'd make me even worse. We're creeping up in temperature again now. We're at like 27.4 degrees. 42 minute subs, Edge HD 925, 533 MC Pro. Nice. Loads of detail on offer on this one. There's some small dust motes. I will say, I don't know if you can see that right there. That would annoy the shit out of me. But I appreciate the fact that, you know, it might not even be obvious on everybody's monitor, like this one here. This here, very small, but it might be worth a clean if you're in there recently anyway. But yeah, fantastic target selection, tons of detail, tasteful processing. I would say this could stand a little bit of noise reduction though, just a touch. So if you get the chance, Locaton, I think it's worth it, because you've got some lovely data there, mate. Really cool choice. Guess I have to ask a question. Can you guide native with an off-axis guider 95? Yep. Absolutely. If you mean guiding at the full focal length of the instrument, that's how off-axis guiding works. It's still going. Nice indeed, Stan. Yeah. What's the best way to remove that green tint in PixInsight? Every other add-on and plugin can't work out how to remove the green. SCNR, so subtractive chrominance noise reduction, which stands for. But yeah, try that basically, mate. That's my best advice for you. Just make sure it's not like throwing off the color balance of the rest of the image. If you applied it too strong, it would noticeably. But if you're just trying to get rid of a mild bias, it's usually pretty bulletproof. Astronomy with Claire shot last night. Altair 102 plus 26M along with Altair 3nm HA Pegasus LRGB 50 minutes per filter. Be interesting to figure what the HA has added to this, because I wouldn't imagine much, to be honest. Now, Claire, it might be worth diving in and cleaning your filters, because like this is really pretty data, I have to say, of M13. It's really pretty data. It's well focused, it's colourful and sharp, and you've done a good job of capture. But like these dust motes are so distracting on an otherwise, really nice shot. So if you having trouble with flats, calibrating these out. It looks like you've tried to apply flats, and there's been like an overcorrection in some of these areas up here, oddly. And like there's a light spot here, so like there's some element of rotation maybe crept in. I don't know. This for me would be enough of a signal to take things apart and fully clean. Because the rest of the image is really well done. Like, you know, there's no noticeable background gradient and stuff. There's no major color cast. Not crushed. It's not even too dark or anything like that. It's just that's what I'd say. That's my big feedback for you on that. Like this saves it because it's a nice tight crop. But that one, I'm troubled. I'm greatly wounded, and it's all your fault, Claire, so I hope you're happy. No, without being too dramatic, just, yeah, there has to be a point where you say, playing these filters. For me, that would be it. No problem, Matt, by the way. Yeah, is it only me whenever I combine HA with RGB, it turns out pink instead of red? What am I doing wrong? You know what, mate? I ain't got masses of experience combining HA and RGB, to be honest, so I can't really say that I've had the issue turn up enough times to offer you any quality feedback on that. Yeah, bigger guide scope, I think in Brody's case would probably be the play, unless he's willing to change his guide camera too. I think it would just be like an Evo guide or something, would just be spot on. Probably in that situation. Finally got my 130 PDS dialed in. The comma corrector was being weird and having the opposite effect, so I took it off and it's much sharper. Weird. Alright. So it's a very pretty galaxy, the Cocoon Galaxy, I think, is it? Yeah, the Cocoon Galaxy, NGC 4490. So overall, it's nice. Like the core of the galaxy is blown out a little bit, so just peel back on the stretch a touch. Color of the galaxy is nice. I like the color that you've achieved in this galaxy. I know that it is like predominantly leaning towards blue, this one. However, it is a bit pitted. So I don't know if you can see that it's recessed, like pushed into a bit of a well in the background, like here, all around this area right here, where it gives the impression that the rest of it is higher as it's lighter. That's just, it's mildly distracting on an otherwise pretty shot. So that would be the thing that I'd personally work on with this data set. Most rest of it is fine. Just a case of working on that background extraction. That'd be the big thing to take this up to the next level, which is probably what you're looking for. Tonight was a pleasure to be here. Hey, it's a pleasure to have you, Pavel. Thank you for coming and spending your time, mate. I do appreciate that. It's cooled down here, south of Sheffield, 13 degrees. Wow, I recommend a gin and tonic. Fair enough, mate. Sitting here enjoying all these images. Great work, guys. Hey, true, Jim. True, mate. Like I said, the nature of the stream is to critique, so I probably seem like a right negative Nancy, but I'm just trying to do my job the best I can. Beneath the horse's head lives Casper the Friendly Ghost. One of my longer projects for the first season. Oh, for your first season, Steve. Oh, mate, sick. Okay, Scottish Star Adventurer 2i, EOS 2000D, Samyang 135F2, Pixie Sight, BlurX, StarX, SAS, etc. Okay. 384 45 seconds subs. So I'm assuming you're limited by exposure length on the Star Adventurer. Right. Honestly, mate, if this is your first season of astrophotography, then well done. Yeah, well done. You're doing some lovely work. Just keep on, really. My only feedback to you would be, it looks like something's indicated. I want to say there's like a correlating pattern going through much of the image in the background. You can almost see it evidenced right here where there's like a line, a squiggled line running through this. Don't know what's caused it. Looks like a texturing of some kind. Hard to say what it is. But when you're applying your processing, just take note of what's happened after every step, even if it means going back and forth, you know, like right click undo, right click redo, or whatever. Just pay attention to exactly what's happened during every single step, and find the one that's caused this kind of thing, if it is one step, and dial it back, because that's the thing that's taken away from your image for me. Just me personally speaking. But yeah, like I say, I don't want to be too harsh or anything. This is your first season, and you're doing astonishingly well for your first season. Way better than my first season, mate. That's for damn sure. So, well done. Keep it up. That's the thing. Believe Freezer. Hello, Luco. Hello, mate. Just recently getting into astrophotography with the Canon EOS 6D and a Rokinon 135. Any recommendations for targets to shoot with this setups? Any tips would be great. Also, really loving watching your PixInsight workflow videos. That's awesome to hear, mate. Thank you. Right. 60 and a Rokinon 135. I think you should have a go at the Andromeda Galaxy when it's up for you. That would be a lot of fun. M33, you could potentially make a decent capture of that too. If you want to, you can try some nebula targets, although they might be hard if your Canon 7D is 6D rather is unmodified. So I'd just dip my toes in the water by trying a very general shot aimed at the Cygnus region. I think that could be a lot of fun for you right there. If you get some long integration time, it might still work even with an unmodified camera. But yeah, that would be the starting point for me. Look at some of the big, like traditionally framed together objects like the Heart and Soul Nebula. Have a go at those even with your camera as is. But yeah, another region you could maybe aim at is the Iris Nebula. That, if you're in the northern hemisphere, that's of course like circumpolar. You should be able to get a lot of integration time on that thing. If you don't have any local, things blocking your access to shooting it. And there's a lot of dust in that region, which you might be able to pick up some with that very fast optic. So I hope that's some useful feedback for you. I had a bunch of walking noise in the data. It was shot before I knew what dithering was. Ah, okay, Steve. No problem at all, mate. Yeah, so got you. Well, now you know what dithering is, and that's absolutely fine. If you can just detect what's caused some of the texture, if that's okay for me to say without it sounding like I'm being a dick or something. That'd be the major thing to apply your attention to now, because the rest of it, honestly, is nice. Like your use of colour on the target, it's good. You know what I mean? It's better than a lot we've seen, actually. There's no major colour biases and stuff going on. So you're almost there. But yeah, just keep up doing what you're doing effectively. You're clearly learning whatever you're doing, so yeah, more of that. ASCAR 103 Apo 294 MC Pro. Okay, I like streaming an ASCAR D2 on this thing. Whoo! So it's a really pretty image. I don't mind the non-standard colour palette either. Like with the inclusion of green and such. I think it works just fine on this. The one thing I'm going to say, and I hope you won't mind, I can see this. You might have trouble seeing this with it coming through the stream. There's a hatch effect going across the whole image, like broken up into a grid going in the direction of my mouse. So like that, it's kind of odd. I'm assuming it could have been an ineffective amount of dithering and then an attempt to drizzle that data, which has led to like a correlation going on at just the right frequency and scale in the image to cause that gridded artifact. But look, I mean, you've taken this with a 4-inch apo refractor and a color camera. It's like really good for what you've gone after. So, you know, don't let me detract from what you've achieved. It's nice. It just needs that figuring out. I think that'd be the main thing for me. Some areas look a bit soft and mushy, you know, like away from this core, this like really sharp core. Up here is like really soft, for example. Don't know what's going on there, but yeah, overall, good stuff and good effort. Nah, dude, appreciate the feedback. Awesome, Steve. That's really, really good. Roa Fucus, yeah, would be a great target if you can get it for the 135. DC's on with an absolute stonker there for you. That would make a hell of a target. Depends as well what your local light pollution's like, believe. I'll definitely try those out. I did try the Seda region and it turned out relatively okay. Okay. Oh, well, that's really promising then. That's of course like the same sort of bit that I'm on about effectively, is like pointing at Cygnus. So if that turned out alright, mate, it could just be a case of adding more time. That was my plan for the next target, says Believe. Oh, yeah, dude, go for it. That will be such a nice target. As long as you're not under, like, mega light pollution, it should... Oof, yeah. Do it. I think you'd be very happy. Great stream, Luke. Night all. Thank you, Jim. Really appreciate your time, buddy, as always. Have a good one. Hope you and Joan are keeping well, by the way. Right, so this is Steve Aries image. Hang on, 200D. So same setup as before, same length subs, 336, 45 second subs. No Astro Dark, as you were talking about earlier in the stream. That's absolutely fair enough, mate. Yeah. Okay. So the background is really dark on this one. Not massively distracting though from the image when viewed in this type of context, like here, it's fine. If we start to try and punch in and look around the image a bit more, it is slightly distracting, the level of like inky blackness in the background, but no doubt you're probably dealing with strange background gradients due to the fact there's no astro darkness. I fully appreciate that, mate. And I know what a challenge that is. It'd be like that for me within a month or so. Same sort of thing. You've picked up loads of colour in the core of the Sol Nebula right there. Some of the brighter parts of the image could have stood, if you used PixInsight, of course, a range mask just to pull back on them as you get towards the later stages of processing. So just for example of what I'm actually talking about, rather than just saying it, like here around the Whirling Dervish part of the Sol Nebula, so this side, the heart of the heart, and the core of the Fish Head Nebula up there, all look just slightly overblown, and the features that your eye are going to naturally be drawn to as part of these objects, so they're the parts that really require special attention. Kind of like we saw, just for example's sake, kind of like we saw this person here had applied special attention to the centre, while not really paying too much attention, let's say, to up here. Do you know what I mean? Because your eye is really drawn to this. So if you can do that and be selective with you know, the amount of stretch that's applied to certain bits without blowing them out, that would be a major step up for you, and I think another notch forwards in like your journey of processing work. The only other thing I can tell you on this is that there is some slight kind of like bands going through the image. Not sure what's going on there. It's really not for me to say, I suppose. It could just be a case of background extraction even causing them. I'm not sure. You can artifact close to the edge of a frame. Could be vertical banding from the Canon DSLR. It's really hard to say. Maybe more aggressive dithering. than you're doing. Could be the key. But please don't let me put you off at all. I think you're doing astonishingly well. This is your first season. You're doing really, really, really well. Far better than I was in my first season, I'll say it again. So thank you for your submissions. Thanks for the feedback. Still figuring out the ins and outs of Pixie. Absolutely. As am I. Yeah, Flaming Star and Tadpoles from Jack. So this has got a really strong green gradient across the background. I think that's totally fair to say. I quite like the rest of the processing that's been applied. It doesn't look overly sharpened and forced or anything like that. Nowhere's overblown. Even the brighter stars are pretty well tamed. It's a bit non-standard on colours. Like we've got this kind of rose gold or something going on around the Flaming Star Nebula right there. But it's okay. If that's, you know, deliberate and that's what he went for, that's absolutely fine. I just think the background needs neutralising. It's really quite flat. He's done a pretty good job overall there. Just needs neutralising. That's the big one for me there, Jack. So if you want to take your image to the next level, for me, that would be what I'd do. Neutralise that background. This one's from Pete. When you have created M111, is that too much processing? Yeah. I don't know. Let's have a little look at this anyway. So this is Pete, my version of M100 with data provided by Chuck's Astrophotography. Okay. Really nice. Yeah. I don't know if Pete's still here. I think it's beautiful processing work on like the real eye-catching features. I want to say the stars are slightly distractingly large in this, but I don't know if that's just a case of scale on this thing. These are small background galaxies ultimately that we're looking at in a field with bright stars. So you know, these big old spikes, which I assume have been added, given that this is RASA data. I'm not sure if Chuck's had a spike mask fitted or something, or if these are added in post. I'm going to probably go for added in post, as there appears to be maybe a little notch behind them. I'm not quite sure. I don't know. I don't think there's much to offer, to be honest with you, on this one, Pete. It's a beautiful image, and I think you know this is well executed, so yeah, there's not really many opportunities for learning on this. All I'd say is, like I say, these bright stars are a bit distracting with how much like glow there is around them. Still here, artistic choice dealing with Chuck stars. Got ya. Chuck has a cable guide now that adds the spikes. Got you. Okay, that's interesting to know then. Yeah. Steve's again. So second ever project. Second. Wow. I wish I could go back and show you my first or second ever Pleiades. Holy hell, it didn't look like this, mate. Yeah, really well done overall. Nice colouring. No major colour bias issues anywhere. Little bit of like purple and green in the background, probably as a result of noise. But the main issue, if you want something to like work on, a little homework list, if you will, it's only a short one. I would probably tackle the background gradient on this a little bit more aggressively. So it's a bit of brightness over here, bit of darkness over here. Hopefully you can make that out and you can see what I'm talking about. But it just gives like, how can I put it, a strange undulated feel to that background where it shouldn't really be like present there. But nice work. He added a spike mask to his RASA to try and deal with the star flares. Okay. So remember, this is something we like talked about previously in it on the other ones. It's added like The thing that made me feel like they could have been added in post is I feel like there's a shadow beneath each one of them in that dispersion as well. Do you know what I mean? I like the type of shadow that you'd normally observe from like clip dispersion, like mirror clip dispersion on a Newtonian, for example, like these little shadows here. Odd. It's not overly distracting or anything like that. It's just a feature. But yeah, pretty darn wonderful processing as usual, Pete. To be honest, mate. Yeah, thank you for letting us know what that is, though. Another one from Steve. We've got a few more images to go. I'm absolutely toasted, guys. So I'm just going to try and push on a little bit through these. 2 different edits. Okay. I like this one best. This one's just a bit bright in the background for me. Do you know what I mean? And the like the monkey head down here is just a bit in your face kind of thing. It's ever so slightly more muted and a bit more like tastefully done, I think, on that left-hand shot. But both are nice in their own regard. Thank you for sharing. This is DC's first pass before we went through our chat on live stream. The one labelled Loom and Loom Data included luminous data in the stack. The other one was just RGB. Ah, okay. That's crazy how close they are, you know, given that one's got 40 odd more minutes data. Well, I've not looked at the labelling, but I will say there's bits I like about both. I feel like this is a little bit more richly coloured, the first of the 2 images. There's a slight colour bias towards like purple on these outer fringes and green here, where it perhaps should be a slightly more like milky yellow kind of colour. I feel like this one is closer to what I'd personally look for. I like the second one better out of the 2 that you've offered, where I feel like almost you could throw me a curveball and combine like A and B and I might like C better than either of them individually. So yeah, I appreciate that, mate. 2 different versions to take a look at. Overall though, like the obvious stuff, no gradients and that in the background, no pitting, etc. Star shape, size, colour, all good. I know you're working with a really limited data set here as well, so yeah, thank you for taking the time to work through it and share what you have, mate. Appreciate it. Couldn't decide yet. I'd probably been the same, mate. New dark galaxy discovered. How would you process that? How would you process it, mate? Since I think you seem to have all the answers. Every bloody stream you come in here and ask weird questions. Why don't you tell us? I'll tell you what, I'd love to capture this region. Look at that. Lagoon. Apathetic Tactician. HSO 36 5-minute subs in each. Yeah, really like soft processing, but in the best possible way. Feel like if I could offer you some feedback on it, it could stand with a slightly darker background to bring out the rest of the contrast, do you know what I mean? But it's really tastefully done. I think it's really tastefully done overall. I like the shape and, you know, colour of all the stars in the image as well, given that you're working with narrowband data as well. I don't often say that. So yeah, good stuff. Very nice image. Really appreciate the constructive criticism. And now know things to work on. That's really wonderful to hear that, Steve. I'm glad it's useful for you, mate. Yeah, I am. Oh, another one here from you as well. First ever longer project. Some of the data from a time before I knew what dithering was. Hence the walking noise. Okay, 45 second subs, bar 5, Southern Finland. Okay, yeah, so I know you mean... Well, you knew what dithering was. So the noise we know about. That's explained. Thank you for that. I think this is the best image you've shared, actually, mate, to be honest. I mean, yes, the walking noise, but you know about that. You know how to address it as well. But your processing is really tasteful on this. I think you've done a really nice job. I like it. The only thing could possibly work on just a little bit is this slight brightening down towards the bottom right there. Of course, there is a little bit of a wonkiness left in that background, but it's very close. Perhaps a range mask on the core of this and just pull it back very slightly to the point where it's still obviously the brightest feature in the image, because it is. But maybe if you could rescue it from being blown, might be worth the time spent to do that. But yeah, it's good stuff, mate. Ultimately, I mean, your first ever longer project, and you say you've been in it like 1 season, you're doing really phenomenally well. So yeah, keep up what you're doing. Keep up what you're doing. Supra, how's it going, mate? Good to see you. Hey, I'll tell you what, I know you've been hammering it with the drawings just lately, Supra. I want to say, mate, you're doing really, really well. It's nice to see, you know, you're putting the time in and the practice. And you're making some really nice drawings now as well, dude. Well done. David, evening. Hope everyone is good. Out in the sticks again in the nearest waterfall zone. Brought my tennis newt with me and the S30, just wincing every time I hear a slight gust. Oh yes, I've been there before, brother. How do you go about finding the center of subjects? Do you start off or just test exposure and repeat until you find the best in the middle? That's a good question, isn't it? Like visual plate solving. If you know your rotation, it can be useful to simulate your field of view and look for the brightest object. I say object, star in the field of view and place it where you want it ahead of time. That's how I used to set things up before I had plate solving in place. This is Boy's image, 4 hours of data, 5-minute exposure with guiding and dual narrowband filter. Sharpstar 61, 533 MC Pro, EQ6R Pro, L Extreme filter. Okay, oh, hang on. Editing Pixing Sight to be a more Hubble-like palette. I'm not really super happy with the sharpness of the image. What could be done to improve it? I'm open for feedback. Okay. Well, this is a target where you're going to struggle to get a lot of sharpness. To be honest with you, it's difficult. There are only a few regions in it that can really come up, I think. But I know what you mean. It could certainly be sharper than it is. How to approach it? You've got Pixing Sight, you say. I mean, the obvious one is to suggest that you try with BlurXTerminator. But even so, I'm not sure that's going to be exactly what you're looking for on this. Quite a challenging one. I feel like you might be happier with an overall less stretched image. Preserve the dynamic range of the image a little bit more in doing so. Like, let the brighter parts just be just on the verge, burning out if you like. But let some of the dimmer stuff, let it be dim. Don't try to bring it all up kind of to the same level. And in doing that, you might add a bit more like texture back to the image overall, I think. So a fresh processing effort with that in mind. Just a bit more subtlety overall could be the thing. It's quite hard to pin down exactly what you want there, though. So yeah. Can anyone submit an image link? Gotham Dash says, yes mate, you can submit images for critique. Absolutely. Although I'm nearly at the end of this stream now, so it will be done on the next stream. Yeah. Felt the same way. The area is soft. Yeah, about the bubble and lobster, that's a really good example. It is just a really soft region. I think you spot on with what you just said there. it's a region that's never going to blow your mind with its texture and sharpness kind of thing. So instead lean into its other strengths. You know what I mean? Don't put racing stripes on a turtle. Let him be a turtle. The shark from Stefan. First post. Thank you for taking the time, Stefan, if you do see this. Took it in LRGB, total 9 hours of integration, Esprit 120, TubeTech IMX571M, SEM 70, 133 2-minute subs, ball force guys. Overall, mate, there isn't much to say. Really tastefully processed. I think if anything, Stefan, you can see like a micro grain of noise that's still coming through the image, so it might be worth the time taken to just apply one more pass before saving of NoiseXTerminator, potentially. But even as it is, it's really bloody good. You know, your commander processing's it's clearly up there. Yeah, not an easy target at all. So yeah, fantastic work. Really well done. I really don't have much to give you in the way of feedback. It's done. It's there. I'd be chuffed if I'd taken the image myself. So so well done. Scroll a bit, posting a new one, but it's not at the top. Oh, that one that I pinned to the top should be okay. Yeah. Remember that bright thing in the sky at daytime? I think I've seen it a couple of times this year, yeah. Montage of 7 frames stitched together. What an effort, eh? Solar Mosaic. Lunt 80 double stack. Quark, Chromosphere, ASI 174. Holy shit. That is disgustingly good. Oh my god, yeah. I don't know if you're still here, Stephen, but holy crap, mate. That is a proper banging image. Yeah, oh mate, I'm all for that one. Really love it. It's like a macro photo of an orange or something. There's so much texture. Wow. Yeah, that's really astonishingly good, that one. Love it. Really fine image. That is a holy shit image. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not going crazy, Brian. Thank you for the sanity check, mate. Occam's Razor, after a series of unusually cloud-free nights up in the north of Scotland, I managed to get the Edge HD8 0.7 times reduced out with 2 consecutive nights to capture the Needle Galaxy for the first time. Okay. Still finding galaxies a little tricky to process, especially finding the balance of colour saturation and how dark to make the background. Got ya. I mean, you say you're finding it hard, but you're still putting up the results, mate. That is nice. Again, there really isn't much feedback to give on this. It's very tastefully done. Doesn't look forced, doesn't look, you know, strained in any way, shape or form. My eye isn't immediately like, look at this around the image or anything like that. It's just, it's nice. Effortless. Yeah, a nice subtle hand at processing right there, mate. I think you've done a lovely job. Preserved like the spirit of the data without forcing it. Lovely stuff. Agree with you on that one, Luke. That sun image, yeah. You still here, Stephen? It's absolutely sick. I'll tell you what, yeah. You know what we were talking about earlier, how I don't submit my images. If I'd taken that, I might. It's a really nice shot, dude. Well done. Lucas 2, 16 hours. Ascar 103. G-Way 17, SI 26 from MC, SV 220. Thanks, Luke. Always taking notes and appreciating your reviews to progress in my Astro journey. Super, mate. Really glad to hear that. Woo. So this is a little bit compressed. We can see like the wormy compression artifacts around things. So I won't comment too much around that kind of thing. But it does limit what we can see to a degree. The processing is taken in terms of sharpness just one tiny step too far for me personally speaking. It begins to get to the point where it almost looks a little like created rather than processed in a way. It's still obviously, you know, instantly recognizable as what it is. M16. I know it's obviously like your data and that, but I don't know. It just looks just a touch forced. You know, like we were just talking about the other images were just looking effortless in a way. This is looking a little bit like wrestled into submission rather than teased. So, bit of a background bias, blue and purple. Just to make you aware of that in case you can't see on your monitor. And if you could just peel back the sharpening stages, whatever's been applied, just, you know, a couple of notches. Not much, not loads. Just a bit. For me, then you'd be like really onto something big time. So yeah, thank you very much for submitting your image. I love the framing, by the way, that you've gone for. Absolutely lovely. In regards to that as well. Normally you'll see like the eagle just here, smack bang, and then it like goes down, and but I think you've done a good job there. There's a lot to like. Wow. Oh, you're still here then, Lucas. Good stuff. Oh, I'm destroyed. Absolutely destroyed. I hope that you've enjoyed this one, chaps. It has been fun. I'll have to get to the new images in the next stream. This is looking a bit soft in it. I'm really not vibing with this tonight. We will see. But yeah, it's been a good one. Good fun session. We've certainly got a lot done. That were a monstrous amount of images. I've been live nearly 5 bloody hours looking at images. Yeah, 10 AM here in Brisbane. Damn, dude. Well, I appreciate you coming and spending some time with me. Thanks for a wonderful session. Thank you for being part of it, Mike. Thank you to you all for being a part of it. When's the next stream? I posted my own Squid Nebula image after seeing the other guys, but you didn't reach it yet. Yeah, I'm sorry, Browie. I've got to know when to say enough's enough for a night. I've got to go see my my partner and son. You know what I mean? But yeah, oh, that was great. Thanks for doing a deep dive on M51. Yeah, I think that were a load of use, to be honest, DC. Thank you for sharing your data with that, by the way, and being, you know, really cool with us having to play around with it live on stream and stuff. And thank you for your massive support as well. That goes without saying, dude. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the image inputs. No problem at all, Brian. Thank you all. Like I said, just a very general way of saying it, but I hope you get what I mean. I really appreciate you taking the time to make this whole thing work. I can't do it with just my own images. So, you know, you taking the time, being willing to have your images critiqued as part of these streams, helps not only you and me, but it helps so many other people as well. I know, you know, we've got a lot of people here viewing, only a few people chatting. So there's a lot of people sat here quietly watching, absorbing things, I imagine. And hopefully it's helping them too. 3 AM up here in Finland. Enjoyed the stream and the feedback. No problem, Steve. Keep up your good work, mate. Thanks as always for your advice and time. No problem, Stephen. Thank you for your support as well, mate. Great stream, thank you. Nappy time. It probably will be nappy time, yeah. He'll be, I reckon Chloe will be conked out of sleep. So will Felix. And he'll be due a nappy change as soon as I go upstairs. That's what it's all about. Yes! Super. Thank you, Pete. Thank you, DC. Thank you, Brody. You didn't have to do all that. When is the next stream? By the way, bro, you were asking. Yeah, I honestly don't know, mate. I think for my own mental health sake, I can't really plan things too far ahead of time. I'm just living in the moment as it is. But yeah, I go live and I don't miss people's images. I will go through every one of them. So the next time I open up on a stream, even if you come to it after the fact, I'll be picking up where I left the last heart on this stream. So we won't miss anything. Yeah. Super. Abel Allen, hi from France. Hello there, mate. Thank you, James, for being a part of the stream as well. Thank you, Ian. I bought 2 RC plugins through your links as thanks. Oh, mate, that's really major support. Thank you very much for that, Ian. That's really thoughtful of you. Genuinely it is. I appreciate that. David Moran, sorry I only caught the end. No problem at all, bud. It will go up as a video on demand for you, by the way, so if you do miss this, once I hit end stream, it'll go through a very brief process by YouTube, and then it'll go live, and you can catch it with the live chat embedded. So yeah, hopefully that's useful and fun for you. Right then, chaps, it's been a pleasure as always. Time to go do dad stuff though, so I will see you when I see you next. Look after yourselves until then. Been a pleasure.